Chapter 60. This elder's gaze seemed to solidify as it rested on Feng Yunqing's wrist, as though he was diagnosing her pulse with his gaze. Feng Yunqing stood quietly where she was. After a moment, Elder Qin retracted his gaze. Her pulse was indeed that of an extreme physique, but it has already been completely dried up, only being slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Elder Qin looked at Yan Zhaoge, slowly shaking his head. Those of the Sacred Sun clan should have examined her many times before making their final decision. Yan Su and the others nodded. This was common sense, within expectations. Elder Qin paused for a moment, his gaze on Feng Yunqing somewhat regretfully. Her innate talent is indeed outstanding, but I wonder how are her comprehension and will. Yan Zhaoge laughed. If not for her accident that year, the Sacred Sun clan's #1 seed participating in the Extreme bout would actually have been her. This is partly due to her having entered the clan earlier, but at least we know that she is definitely not inferior to Meng Wan. Not only was Meng Wan a maiden of Extreme, her talent in the martial Dao was also outstanding amongst the younger generation, definitely an elite amongst her peers, her name shaking the heavens. The momentum of her rise was so strong that it even vaguely showed signs of surpassing the 4 rising suns. Yan Zhaoge said, if junior apprentice Sister Feng had only heavily injured Shaoxin somewhere else back then, instead of castrating him, perhaps she still wouldn't have needed to flee. Elder Qin nodded, falling into deep thought. If Feng Yunqing's talent was ordinary, there really wouldn't be a need for Broad Creed Mountain to take her in just to discuss the Sacred Sun clan. While the relationship between the two sides wasn't harmonious, it wasn't to the point where they wouldn't give in to each other over such a small matter. If it was the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City, which was like fire and water with the Sacred Sun clan, it might still be possible. From a certain perspective, that was the best place for Feng Yunqing to go. It was just that the water domain was too far from the heaven and fire domains, and it would be extremely difficult for Feng Yunqing to escape their pursuit and reach the water domain alone. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain had become the most suitable choice for her. If Yan Zhaoge hadn't kept her back then, nor had he captured her and handed her over to Shaoxin, Feng Yunqing would have been prepared to take the risk and head to the water domain herself. And now, after Elder Qin's examination, he discovered that even though Feng Yunqing had lost her extreme physique, she herself was still a genius amongst geniuses, a monster worth grooming. This caused Elder Qin and Broad Creed Mountain to be a little conflicted. He had to weigh the rewards and the price he might have to pay. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Actually, there is a way to recover junior apprentice Sister Feng's extreme physique. Elder Qin frowned but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Feng Yunqing again. This time, he directly raised his hand and pointed in the air. A ray of light flew out from his finger and landed on Feng Yunqing's wrist. After carefully inspecting Feng Yunqing's condition once more, Elder Qin looked at Yan Zhaoge, asking in a heavy tone, on what basis do you say this? Yan Su also glanced at Feng Yunqing. His gaze was like a tangible object as it landed on Feng Yunqing's wrist. After a moment, Yan Su retracted his gaze and said indifferently, saying that it's damaged is a small matter. It's not just damaged, but completely destroyed. Making it recover is no different from bringing a dead person back to life. Furthermore, he didn't just die. He's been dead for 2 years. Yan Su looked at Yan Zhaoge. In recent days, you have indeed consecutively accomplished several major things that surpassed everyone's expectations. However, I wonder if you have the ability to revive the dead? Elder Qin did not speak, but he clearly agreed with Yan Su's words. He looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge, waiting for him to give him an explanation. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Elder Qin, you said just now that the extreme qi within junior apprentice Sister Feng's body is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people? Elder Qin nodded, that's right. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, when I first saw her, she was actually no different from an ordinary person. Her extreme physique had completely dried up and died. Only seeing the remains, there was no longer any extreme qi left. Huh? Elder Qin's eyes abruptly widened. He looked at Feng Yunsheng somewhat disbelievingly. Feng Yunsheng now opened her mouth to say, these days, this junior has been traveling with senior apprentice brother Yen, receiving his secret technique of piercing acupoints with golden needles. Within her dried-up meridians, there is indeed vaguely the rebirth of extreme yin qi. While it's extremely slow, it's already different from before. Yen Su and the others all looked at Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng with some disbelief. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Our clan has never had a maiden of extreme yin, unable to find one no matter where we searched. These past few years, seeing other sacred grounds vying for the extreme yin crown while our clan could only watch from the sidelines, I was also extremely anxious. Thus, I thought that since maidens of extreme yin are all born innately, could it be possible that an extreme yin physique can be created after birth? Thus, I gathered all the records and information, researching on this myself. Yen Zhaoge shook his head somewhat regretfully. Sadly, the extreme yin physique is blessed by the heavens, and can only be created after birth. There is no hope of any progress or improvement. Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. However, I also accumulated a lot of knowledge in this area. In the end, I discovered that while it cannot be created after birth, if it is an innately born extreme yin physique, if it is damaged after birth, there is a possibility of recovery. I have to thank junior apprentice sister Feng for trusting me, allowing me to experiment. After all, the method that I came up with was something that I had never been able to test before. Yen Su's face was expressionless as he looked coldly at Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. A one-sided story. How can it be verified? Yen Zhaoge said, it hasn't been long since I first met junior apprentice sister Feng until today. In a few more days, the extreme yin qi within junior apprentice sister Feng's body will still grow stronger. That way, my words will be verified. Yen Su said indifferently, the people of the Sacred Sun clan were just sent back by this old man 2 days ago. Now that your people have already returned, they should be coming knocking again very soon. We have to make a decision as soon as possible. We don't have that much time to wait for you to verify it. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Qin raised his hand to stop him. The burly East Elder looked straight at Yen Zhaoge. I will first believe that your words are true. However, your method, to what extent can it help her recover? Is it just a portion, or can it be as good as before, or at least close to the level of her previous peak? Yen Zhaoge's expression grew a little more solemn as he said slowly, recovery requires time, and some of the required resources and environmental conditions are still not complete. We still have to gather them in preparation. As for to what extent? Yen Zhaoge met Elder Qin's gaze calmly. Even stronger than she was back then. Yen Zhaoge suddenly laughed, if I can't do it, I'll enter the heaven-sealing gorge myself. Elder Qin looked at Yen Zhaoge, his gaze calm. Yen Su frowned. Just as he was about to speak, someone came in from outside to report that the people of the Sacred Sun clan had come to denounce them. Elder Qin. Yen Su looked at Elder Qin. Chapter 61. Feng Yunsheng bowed to Elder Qin. Thank you, Senior. Elder Qin waved his hand and said, little girl, your matter is very important. I can't make a decision on my own. You'll have to wait for the final decision from the mountain gate. Yes, this junior understands. Feng Yunsheng swiveled her head to look at Yen Zhaoge, saying in a low tone, thank you. Even she, a former disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, had heard of the heaven-sealing gorge. That was the place where Broad Creed Mountain imprisoned and punished serious criminals. Only those who were extremely evil and could not be put to death for the time being, or those of Broad Creed Mountain who had committed extremely great crimes, would be imprisoned in the heaven-sealing gorge. It was rumored that there was no daylight there, and the environment there was even worse than the dragon-sealing abyss. Ever since the founding of Broad Creed Mountain, there had never been anyone who had been imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge who had been able to escape on their own. Yen Zhaoge looked at her nonchalantly, I have confidence in myself. Feng Yunsheng replied snappily, yes, I don't have enough confidence in you. It's my fault. I'll pay attention next time. Next time, I'll say, good job, I knew you were reliable. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, low-key, low-key. At this moment, outside the mansion, a golden light descended like the sun and hung on the street. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to become unbearably hot, and the pedestrians all retreated. Those with some knowledge would all know that this was the Sacred Sun clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. And now, he was like an army approaching the city gates, his target being the office of the Tang Empire's principal elder in Broad Creed Mountain. Clearly, a dispute had arisen between the two sacred grounds once again. In the Eastern Tang, this sort of thing was not rare, but it was mostly done in secret. But now, a principal elder of one side had come to visit them in an overbearing manner. The competition between the two sides has escalated. Don't tell me they're going to start fighting in Jingyang City. Just the aftermath of a fight between two great grandmasters is enough to flatten the surroundings. Many people were worried. An irascible voice rang out from within the huge golden sun, Yen Su, I know that kid surnamed Yen has returned. He covered up for our Glory Sect's defected disciple and even injured our Glory Sect's disciple who was in charge of tracking him down. If your Broad Creed Mountain doesn't know how to teach disciples, then let me help you. Hand over Yan Zhaoge and that slut immediately, or I'll tear this place apart. Yen Su's calm voice resounded within the mansion, this old man doesn't need to tell you where my clan's disciples are. If your Sacred Sun clan lost their disciples, go look for them yourselves. What does that have to do with my clan? The person you want isn't here. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. If you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you. Within the golden sun, a figure gradually appeared. It was an elder with a square face and big ears, dressed in a golden robe. Staring at the mansion below, he laughed savagely, injuring a member of my Sacred Sun clan, harboring a traitor of my Sacred Sun clan, your Broad Creed Mountain really has some guts now. Looks like you have forgotten that if not for my Sacred Sun clan showing mercy back then, your Broad Creed Mountain would have long since been exterminated. Within the great hall, hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge chortled, not afraid of twisting your tongue when the wind is strong. The first invasion of the Flame Devil world had been repelled, the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge had perished, and Broad Creed Mountain had suffered the most grievous losses of all the sacred grounds, thus giving the Sacred Sun clan and the other sacred grounds a chance to catch up. Some people respected Zhan Dongge and Broad Creed Mountain's contributions, but there were also others who wanted to make use of this chance to push down a fallen wall. Fortunately, Broad Creed Mountain had many capable people at that time, and a person who had always been willing to assist Zhan Dongge wholeheartedly, whose brilliance had been overshadowed by Zhan Dongge, had stepped forward. This person was the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, the blood brother of the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, and also Zhan Dongge's successor as Broad Creed Mountain's chief. After Zhan Dongge had perished, Zhan Shilo, who had assumed the position of chief, had stood alone, displaying shocking brilliance. It was precisely because of Zhan Shilo's sudden emergence that Broad Creed Mountain had been able to stand tall after the first invasion of the Flame Devils, with the entire clan having suffered great losses to its vitality, that Broad Creed Mountain had been able to survive through its most difficult times. Zhan Dongge and Zhan Shilo had also become the most famous and legendary pair of blood brothers of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. Under the leadership of that Grand Master who was known by the populace as the Sacred Sun Saint, the Sacred Sun clan had risen mightily after the invasion of the Flame Devils, clashing repeatedly with Zhan Shilo and Broad Creed Mountain. Under Zhan Shilo's leadership, Broad Creed Mountain had concealed its strength and bided its time, adopting a conservative stance as it silently amassed its strength once more. However, it knew when to advance and when to retreat, never allowing the Sacred Sun clan to truly gain much of an advantage. Afterwards, the Sacred Sun Saint had abdicated, passing the position of chief to a successor, and there had been no news of him himself. Zhan Shilo had perished in yet another great battle with the Flame Devils, spilling his last drop of blood for the Eight Extremities world just like his elder brother. However, through Zhan Shilo's efforts, Broad Creed Mountain had gradually stabilized its footing once more, no longer in a precarious state like before. It was only that during this period of time, the Sacred Sun clan had unceasingly expanded and developed, finally surpassing Broad Creed Mountain, becoming the new #1 sacred ground. Yan Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. If that Sacred Sun saint of his is still around, please show yourself. Now that the attacks of the flame devils are getting fiercer and fiercer, the Eight Extremities world just happens to be in need of such an expert. Yen Su's figure appeared in the air above the mansion, staring at the same level as that golden-robed Sacred Sun clan elder. Exterminate my Broad Creed Mountain? If you can do it, then come and try. The golden-robed elder laughed coldly. If not for the Sacred Sun clan not allowing it, I would have long since taken care of you. Today, I will exterminate you first. As his aura chi surged, he was once again enveloped by the golden light. Unlike the seemingly illusory sunlight of Xiao Shen and Qiao Yuanlong, it had truly transformed into the sun, its radiance shining brightly. All the water in the surrounding heavens and earth was completely evaporated, the ground of the streets beginning to crack, the grass and trees all charred black and withered. Under the high temperature, even the surrounding space itself distorted. Yen Su's expression was indifferent, his gaze solemn as he pushed his palms forward. With his martial grandmaster cultivation fully displayed, the Tushita palm currently executed by Yen Su was naturally different. Purple flames instantly appeared, transforming into an actual sea of flames, clashing with the great golden sun. The purple flames of Tushita and the golden sunlight intertwined in the sky, the surrounding temperature instantly rising once more. Some of the dry and flammable objects in the surrounding environment began to spontaneously combust, as if the heavens and earth within a radius of 100 li were about to turn into a world of flames. As the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the city gates of Jingyang City shook, numerous spirit patterns appearing on the ground. The air became slightly cooler, and both Yen Su and the golden-robed elder could feel an oppressive feeling assaulting them. The two of them did not stop, only allowing Jingyang City's grand formation to suppress the area of effect of their battle. In the sky, the purple flames of Tushita and the golden sunlight were destroyed and roiled unceasingly, their battle turning the heavens and the earth upside down. The sun that the golden-robed elder had transformed into was like the midday sun. Suddenly, the sun gradually shrank, and the golden-robed elder's figure reappeared. That sun appeared in his palm, unprecedentedly condensed and dazzling. The golden-robed elder raised his hand, as if he was holding up the sun, and then slammed it down with his palm. Yen Su's two palms clasped together, and following the changes in his palms, the purple flames of Tushita in the surrounding air also condensed. The leaping flames compressed and condensed into a solid form, actually transforming into a huge purple pill furnace. Chapter 62. As the two martial grandmaster-level experts fought, the weather in the surroundings changed, affecting everything within 50 kilometers. Fortunately, Jingyang City had its own array formation that confined the storm they had stirred up within a limited space. But in this space, the battle had already turned heaven and earth upside down. Is Broad Creed Mountain determined to go against my Sacred Sun clan? At this moment, a grand voice sounded in the sky above Jingyang City. In the next moment, an even bigger golden sun appeared in the sky. When this sun appeared, the sun formed by the golden-robed old man immediately dimmed. The purple flames formed by Yen Su's Tushita palm were about to be extinguished in an instant. Yen Su let out a muffled groan. In the blink of an eye, the pill furnace formed from the purple Tushita flames was covered in cracks, and then shattered. The pill furnace shattered and turned into flowing flames. It jumped a few times in the air and was about to be extinguished. That second sun hung high up in the sky, actually competing with the real sun in terms of brightness. For a moment, it was as if two suns were shining together in the sky, illuminating the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Jingyang City. At this moment, Jingyang City's grand array was no longer as relaxed as it had been against Yen Su and the golden-robed elder. Spirit runes lit up one after another in the void, distorting as they couldn't bear the heavy burden. In the mansion above ground, Elder Qin sat on a chair. His eyebrows gradually rose. Show off your might. You have come to the wrong place. Suddenly, a majestic saber chi soared into the sky from the courtyard. Wherever the saber chi passed, the scorching heat from the two suns immediately decreased, and the entire world became cool. After the coolness, there was a deep chill. At this moment, Elder Qin's figure appeared above the mansion, glaring at the sun. He let out a low roar, and the wind and clouds surged. The space between heaven and earth distorted, as if an invisible giant blade had appeared, tearing a crack in the void in front of him. The cracks extended towards the second great sun, wishing to cut it apart as well. 8 extremities of the exalted 8 extremities, divine blade of transmutation unity. A grand voice resounded from within the golden sun. In the next instant, the golden sun didn't retreat. Instead, it advanced and smashed towards Elder Qin. It was as if the sun was tilting to the west. Endless rays of light fell to the ground, about to incinerate the world. It was one of the great sun's 7 arts, the west-tilting heaven-burning blade. A huge divine talisman suddenly lit up on the golden saber light that resembled the setting sun. It was vast and complicated, as if it was going to envelop the entire Jingyang city. A huge divine talisman lit up on Elder Qin's chaotic elements uniting energy divine saber, which had turned into an invisible blade that could split the heavens and split the earth. The power of both sides rose to a whole new level as they collided, causing Jingyang city to feel as if it was about to shatter. At this moment, the voice of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom resounded from within Jingyang city. If the two of you wish to fight, choose another place. Do you wish to tear apart my Eastern Tang's capital? Jingyang city's grand array suddenly lit up, and the interweaving spirit patterns became clearer and more condensed. The formation began to operate at full power, and its power rose steadily. Elder Qin stopped his saber chi, snorting, "If someone wants to make trouble out of nothing, this old man will accompany him to the end. Do you think that my broad Creed mountain is easy to bully?" Hovering within the sky, a voice resounded from within, "Zhao Shicheng, you want to interfere in the matters of my sacred Sun clan and broad Creed mountain?" The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng's calm voice resounded from within Jingyang city's grand formation. "The East Rising Lord's words are too serious. It is naturally not good for my Eastern Tang to get involved in a matter between the two sacred grounds. However, if you make a move in Jingyang city, this king will not be able to sit by idly." Within the house, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "So it's one of the 7 reigning suns, the East Rising Lord. However, I remember that the East Rising Lord changed just a few years ago. In the years when the sacred Sun clan had risen to prominence, there had been 7 outstanding experts who were collectively known as the 7 reigning suns. Their names were the same as the 7 reigning suns, namely Daybreak, East Rising, Middle Heaven, World Illuminating, West Tilting, Sunset and Twilight. Afterwards, the 7 reigning suns had become a fixed pattern. Some of them had perished or retired, while others had taken over and succeeded them. Swiveling his head to look, Yan Zhaoge saw that Feng Yunsheng had a rather strange expression on her face. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look at her, Feng Yunsheng shook her head. "My Grand Master was the previous East Rising Lord. After Grand Master perished, the current East Rising Lord's successor was the one outside. Of the current 7 reigning suns, he is the youngest, and also the most inexperienced. However, his cultivation base and skills are also universally shocking." The sun in the sky gradually disappeared, a golden-robed middle-aged man appearing. It was precisely the current East Rising Lord. Staring at Elder Qin, the East Rising Lord then swept his gaze across Jingyang city down below, saying slowly, "Someone has taken in a traitorous disciple of my sacred Sun clan. I naturally have to get involved. Hand him over, apologize and atone for his crimes. Otherwise, we fight." Elder Qin's tall frame towered within the sky, his expression not changing in the slightest. "This old man has already said that there is no one here that you want. If you want to fight, then let's fight. This old man has nothing but a saber and a pair of fists. I'll fight with you to the end." The golden-robed elder beside the East Rising Lord said furiously, "My Sacred Sun clan's disciple personally saw your Broad Creed Mountains Yen Zhaoge take that traitorous disciple away. How can it be something that you can evade cleanly with just a few words?" Standing behind Elder Qin, Yen Su had an indifferent expression on his face. "Just because you say so. This old man can also say that your Sacred Sun clan stole our clan's treasure. Quickly hand it over." The East Rising Lord's eyes shone with a golden light, piercing to the point that Yen Su felt pain all over his body. "Bullshit, you're courting death." Elder Qin took a step forward. "If you want to show off, go back to your Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak." Now, Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded from within the manor. "Before the East Rising Lord, Broad Creed Mountains Yen Zhaoge pays his respects here. In the Luliao Mountains, I indeed clashed with your clan's disciples Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong, and also met the Feng Muge that your clan is looking for. However, after that, I no longer had any interactions with Feng Muge." Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "It's just that earlier, we chatted, and I learned of some interesting things. For example, a certain sacred ground whose name is spread far and wide in the 8 extremities world actually harbors evil, allowing the grandson of a certain grand elder to defile and forcibly take possession of a female disciple of the clan. Not being able to forcibly take possession, they instead harbored the culprit, suppressing that female disciple. The most interesting thing is that a certain lustful person really received retribution from the heavens, having his lineage cut off." Yen Zhaoge said leisurely, "In the future, we won't have to worry about such things happening again." "A bunch of nonsense." The East Rising Lord said coldly, "Just based on you slandering my Sacred Sun clan's clean reputation, even if I kill you here today, no one will be able to say anything. Your father, Yen Di, is unconvinced. Let him come to the world-illuminating peak, let's see if he can make it to the top alive." Saying thus, he struck out with a palm. Elder Qin laughed grandly, not being impartial in handling matters, not knowing how to instruct a disciple, letting him escape, he had better check himself first. This is still not a place where you can behave atrociously. As the two sides battled once more, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not say a word as he activated Jingyang City's grand formation, pressuring towards the two simultaneously. Without a doubt, he was naturally siding with Yen Zhaoge. While he could not afford to offend the Sacred Sun clan, he would usually try to maintain a balance in the clashes between the two sacred grounds. However, as this matter involved the only son of his old friend, Yen Di, Zhao Shicheng chose his side without any hesitation, risking the immense risk brought about by the Sacred Sun clan, not intending to sit on the fence at all. The East Rising Lord's gaze was cold. Usually, Jingyang City's grand formation would be completely unable to do anything to him. However, in the midst of his intense battle with Elder Qin now, as he was distracted, the power of Jingyang City's grand formation was displayed. Elder Qin was fighting on his home ground, causing the East Rising Lord who had originally been evenly matched with him to fall further and further into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 63. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to find trouble with the Eastern Tang, my Broad Creed Mountain will take responsibility for it. The voice of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, resounded from afar. Elder Qin is too polite. Broad Creed Mountain is the true ruler of the heaven domain. Although Zhao Shicheng could not see it, within the manor, Yen Zhaoge stood up and bowed from afar. "I have caused trouble for uncle." Elder Qin and Yen Su returned to the manor and sat down once more. It is just that the East Rising Lord coming over means that the Sacred Sun clan has yet to treat this matter as an urgent matter. Yen Su said slowly, "What they're concerned about at the moment is the betrayal of their disciples, and the fact that they've been taken in by our sect. Rather than a maiden of extreme Yin roaming outside, she would be more likely to be accepted by my Broad Creed Mountain." As he said this, Yen Su looked towards Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Yen Su's analysis was not wrong, coinciding with his own. Having been jointly diagnosed and examined by the many peak experts of the Sacred Sun clan, all of them had come to the conclusion that her extreme Yin physique was completely crippled, unable to recover. Otherwise, the incident that year wouldn't have happened, and it would be even more impossible for Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain to pick up the scraps now. Elder Qin said, "This is a good thing for our sect. This way, the Sacred Sun clan's movements would not be too intense." While they didn't fear the Sacred Sun clan, unless it was absolutely necessary, Broad Creed Mountain also didn't want to start a war with them. A clash between two sacred grounds could very well turn into a situation that no one could control. After all, the Sacred Sun clan was stronger, and Broad Creed Mountain would naturally be more than happy to develop itself, waiting until its strength was more robust before truly contending against the Sacred Sun clan. Therefore, after Yen Su had left, while his attitude had been tough and his actions had not been careless, he had stubbornly refused to admit that his clan had taken in Feng Yunsheng, leaving the Sacred Sun clan a way out of this embarrassing situation. Even Elder Qin, who was even more unyielding and upright, tacitly agreed with this statement. Now that they were united against a common enemy, Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't undermine his elder. The Sacred Sun clan disciple Feng Muge would naturally no longer have anything to do with him and Broad Creed Mountain. However, the wild maiden of Extreme Yin, Feng Yunsheng, was another matter altogether. "You said they look exactly the same." The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. It was not the first time he had seen someone who looked exactly like him. "She's so beautiful, and she looks exactly the same. That's not impossible, is it?" Perhaps they were twin sisters who had been separated since childhood. In short, he didn't have anyone he wanted, but if he wanted to fight, he would fight. "I'll give you a ladder. If you go down, then we'll live in harmony. If you don't go down, then we'll fight it out." Yen Su said. In the last Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan accidentally lost the Extreme Yin crown, which ended up in the hands of Jade Sea City, who was on good terms with our clan but was at odds with the Sacred Sun clan. Their peak experts have previously been in secluded cultivation, not having emerged at all. If it is not an extremely major issue, the Sacred Sun clan would also not wish to clash with our clan to the death in the near future. Elder Qin looked at Feng Yunsheng. "The key lies with this young friend Feng. Considering all aspects, it is not suitable for you to continue staying in the Eastern Tang, in the East Heaven region. When the people from the clan arrive, they will send you back to Broad Creed Mountain." Elder Qin then looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, you return as well. Having suffered a setback this time, the Sacred Sun clan will very likely target you next. After returning to the mountain, focus on helping little friend Feng recover his Extreme Yin body." Yan Zhaoge answered, "Many thanks for Elder's concern, but I intend to remain in the Eastern Tang for a period of time. There are some things that I still need to prepare for. Sending junior apprentice sister Feng back to the mountain as soon as possible will suffice. I will return after I have dealt with the matters on hand. During this period of time, I will go out less, keeping a low profile, not giving the Sacred Sun clan a chance." Elder Qin frowned slightly. "What other matters do you have?" Before Yan Zhaoge could answer, Yen Su said slowly from the side, "He indeed still has some matters that he needs to clarify." As Elder Qin looked over, Yen Su said, "Our clan's disciple Lin Yushao met with harm in the Eastern Tang. The perpetrator used was our clan's direct lineage martial art, the Tushita palm. Lin Yushao, this name, if this old man does not remember wrongly, Zhaoge." Elder Qin's tone did not change as he looked back at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he nodded, answering, "It was this disciple who brought her back to the mountain, recommending her into our clan. Her hometown, like Yi Jing's, is also the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang kingdom. Before this, she and I were lovers." At this point, Yan Zhaoge was a little speechless. Lin Yushao having met with harm, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little pity. After all, it was a life. Whether her actions were right or wrong, at least it had not reached the point where she had to pay with her life. But strictly speaking, the two had not even spoken a single word to each other. The only understanding they had of each other came from the memories of the body's original owner, just like watching a slideshow. Not counting the memories of the body's original owner, Yan Zhaoge had not even seen her in person. If he said how sad he was, would anyone believe him? But in the eyes of others, the two were lovers. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge could only wear a sorrowful expression on his face as he slowly said, "When I was in the Luya Mountains, I had already received the news. It was only that I had a heavy responsibility at the time, and could only prioritize public affairs over private matters. Now that junior apprentice Sister Feng's matter has temporarily come to an end, I request to personally investigate the culprit, to comfort junior apprentice Sister Lin's soul in heaven." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Su said indifferently, "In this old man's opinion, it is best that you avoid arousing suspicion." Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Su, who did not care in the slightest. "There are many rumors over at Overlooking Abyss City, all of which are very disadvantageous to you." Frowning, Elder Qin asked, "What rumors?" Yan Su answered, "It is rumored that Yan Zhaoge and another young female disciple, Sikong Qing, grew closer and closer during their trip to the Sealing Dragon Abyss, and are usually very close to each other." It was because of this news that Lin Yuxiao could not sit still and hurriedly rushed over to the Eastern Tang. He did not finish his words, but Elder Qin had already understood what he was implying. This kind of rumor cannot be trusted. Although Lin Yuxiao is of the Eastern Tang, she does not have any enemies, Yan Su said, and Lin Yuxiao died to our clan's direct lineage martial art, the Tushita Palm. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. This old man personally examined her. The one who did it should be an early outer aura martial scholar. The blood-soul recollection ritual can only be used when both parties involved are still alive. If the two parties had already communicated beforehand, harboring the same thoughts, they would still be able to obtain a predetermined result. Therefore, you and your people, as well as this little friend Feng, are all inapplicable. Now that Lin Yuxiao is dead, the dead cannot testify. Yan Su swiveled his head to look at Elder Qin. "It is still too early to say anything now, but this old man believes that Yan Zhaoge should at least avoid arousing suspicion." Hearing his words, Elder Qin slowly nodded. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, burst out laughing. Frowning, Elder Qin said, "Zhaoge, pay attention to the situation." Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile, nodding his head in all seriousness. "If it's an early outer aura martial scholar, I am already no longer one." Saying thus, he released his aura qi, refining it into a weapon which hovered around his body. Yan Su suddenly stood up, almost flipping over the chair behind him. Yan Zhaoge had not made a move earlier. His aura qi retracted to the point that only now did he discover that Yan Zhaoge had actually already reached the mid-outer aura stage. Chapter 64. How long has it been since he broke through from the inner Supreme Aura stage to the outer Supreme Aura stage? Yan Su stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak for a long time. Was he holding back and hiding his cultivation base all this time? This was the first thought that came to Yan Su's mind. He could not think of any other reason to convince himself of this. Over the years, Yan Su could also be considered to have seen many things, and also having come from a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, he had seen who knew how many geniuses and heroes there were. Even when he was young, he had personally experienced and interacted with many outstanding people of his generation. For Yan Su to be able to reach the level of a martial grandmaster, he was not someone ordinary people could compare to. Since ancient times, he had heard of the experiences of various legendary figures. However, there had never been a person who was able to immediately take another step forward and reach the middle stage of outer invulnerability not long after breaking through from the late inner invulnerability stage to the early stage of outer invulnerability. Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had shocked the world with his cultivation speed that year, having completed a path that many other geniuses might not be able to complete in their entire lifetimes within a short period of time. However, just looking at the gap between the early and mid-outer aura stages, even Yan Di could not compare to Yan Zhaoge. Although it varied from person to person, there were indeed some people who improved especially quickly in a certain realm or a few realms. Not only were they faster than ordinary people, but their cultivation was also smoother than usual. However, Yan Zhaoge's speed was really too ridiculously fast. It completely overturned Yen Su's worldview and common sense. If Yen Su was like this, then there was no need to even mention the others who knew the truth. All of them were dumbfounded. Those who didn't know the details were also petrified after hearing the explanation. Although there was a saying that geniuses who died prematurely were not considered geniuses, only those who could truly transform their potential into strength could be considered true geniuses. However, the Yen Zhaoge before them surpassed their understanding by far too much. While it was said that with the great waves washing away the sand, there were only a few geniuses who could truly grow to the heights that they had anticipated. However, with the level of potential that Yen Zhaoge had displayed now, it was really hard to believe that he would die prematurely. Feng Yunsheng watched this scene from the side and felt a lot more balanced in her heart. When she had first learned that Yen Zhaoge had risen from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage in such a short period of time, she had also been greatly shocked. Now that there were so many people accompanying her, Feng Yunsheng finally regained some confidence. It turns out that I'm not ignorant. She appraised Yen Zhaoge and muttered in a voice that only she could hear. But no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like something a human would do. Elder Qin was also momentarily dazed. Yen Zhaoge's situation was special. Back when he had broken through from the inner aura realm to the outer aura realm in overlooking Abyss City, he had specially reported it to him and the clan. Therefore, Elder Qin had also felt shocked. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge's aura qi agglomerated and hovering qi artifact already proved that he had indeed stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm. Good, very good. Elder Qin took a deep breath and nodded his head. Whether or not Yen Zhaoge had previously intentionally concealed his cultivation, intentionally causing such a great impact, Elder Qin was not concerned about it at this moment. He would slowly investigate this matter in the future. However, to the current Broad Creed Mountain, having produced such a dragon amongst dragons who seemed to be able to suppress the other monstrous geniuses, it was undoubtedly a matter that greatly boosted their morale. Yen Su finally came back to his senses, and said in a low voice, an early-stage outer aura martial scholar is unable to fake the attack of a middle-stage outer aura martial scholar. But conversely, it's very easy. Yen Zhaoge said in a tone that was neither salty nor mild, with a cultivation higher than that of an early outer aura martial scholar, and also cultivating in our clan's Tushitapam, it would be very easy for anyone to do it. Yen Su's eyes gradually narrowed, and the gaze with which he looked at Yen Zhaoge turned icy cold. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm and composed. Elder Yan's subordinates have examined the corpse. They should know when junior apprentice Sister Lin was killed. Yen Su immediately reported a time. He looked at Yen Zhaoge. The time was before you met with Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and the others. At that time, the only people following you were your followers and her, Yen Su said as he glanced at Feng Yunsheng. None of them were able to testify for you. On one side was a trusted aide that Yen Di had prepared for Yen Zhaoge. Naturally, she would only obey Yen Zhaoge's orders. On the other side was a request of Yen Zhaoge. She needed him to help her recover her extreme mean physique, and to recommend her into Broad Creed Mountain. After silently calculating the time, Yen Zhaoge laughed nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I just happened to meet this junior apprentice Sister Feng on the road at that time. In order to protect her, I beat up Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong. If my men and junior apprentice Sister Feng's words are insufficient to testify, we can seek confirmation from the Sacred Sun Clan's Xiao Shen and the others. Everyone present suddenly fell silent for a moment. They had all acutely captured the words that Yen Zhaoge had used. From Yen Zhaoge's words, not just Chao Yuanlong, even Xiao Shen had been defeated by Yen Zhaoge. Before this, everyone had all known that the person pursuing Feng Yunsheng had been Xiao Shen, and also knew that in order to protect her, Yen Zhaoge had clashed with the Sacred Sun Clan. But thinking about it at that time, it shouldn't have been a head-on clash with Xiao Shen. At most, it should have been a clash with Chao Yuanlong and the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples once more. Now that they knew that Yen Zhaoge had already stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, even if he met Xiao Shen himself, he would still be able to protect himself and retreat. It was just that he still had to protect Feng Yunsheng. The difficulty of that was already enough to make everyone sigh in admiration. After all, Xiao Shen was not someone that ordinary late outer aura martial scholars could compare to. But from the looks of it now, the truth had once again surpassed everyone's expectations. Previously, everyone's attention had been focused on Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin physique, as well as the Sacred Sun clan's subsequent attack. However, they had overlooked how Yan Zhaoge had managed to rescue Feng Yunsheng from Xiao Shen's hands and bring her back to the Eastern Tang. Yan Su stared at Yan Zhaoge. You said that you defeated Xiao Shen. Yan Zhaoge acted as if nothing had happened. Doesn't Elder Yan already know that I have met with the Eastern Tang's Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, as well as brother Zhao Yuan and the others? It looks like there are some things that you still haven't had the time to know. Yan Su frowned. What are you trying to say? His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. It's nothing. Anyway, after the matter at hand has been settled, I just happen to be reporting it to Elder Qin. If Elder Qin doesn't mind, with Elder Yan's level, you can listen in. Yan Zhaoge said unhurriedly. As for whether or not I can defeat Xiao Shen, proving this point is very simple. Actions always speak louder than words. Any one of our clan's late outer aura martial scholars here to spar with me will do. Arrogant. This was the first thought in everyone's minds. Yan Su did not say a word as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge for a moment, before swiveling his head to look at Elder Qin. A rather interested expression appeared on Elder Qin's face, but he was instead no longer in a hurry as he sat in his chair, not speaking. Seeing this, Yan Su knew that Elder Qin had tacitly agreed to it. Turning his head, he gave some instructions, and very quickly, a burly man walked in. The two of you can spar here, this old man will protect the house. After Yan Su had finished speaking, he saw Elder Qin shake his head. The space here is still limited, and the advantage of a late outer aura martial scholar in midair cannot be displayed. Since you want to spar, let's do it outside. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Actually, there's no difference. Before his words had landed, he exerted force with his feet, and an explosive force erupted. Chapter 65. The aura qi within Yan Zhaoge's dantian alternated between active and passive, forming the image of a turtle and a snake, the profundities of the variations of yin and yang. The Xuanwu fist scripture propelled the ocean stabilizing fist and the heavenly snake king fist, forming the image of true martial, shaking the door of blood's Shengqiu acupoint, instantly giving rise to a terrifying, peerless explosive force. Striding out, Yan Zhaoge arrived in front of that big man. Let alone indoors, even in an open area outside, this late outer aura martial scholar would not be able to hover in the air with his aura qi. Yan Zhaoge's entire body erupted with power as he flipped his palm, slapping downwards. His palm was crimson purple, the blazing heat causing the big man to feel as though he had fallen into a furnace. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage Tushita palm. While the big man was also shocked by Yan Zhaoge's speed, he was still a late outer aura martial scholar after all. He immediately raised his palms like sabers, raising them with both hands. His aura qi surged, transforming into two sabers, dancing within the air. The two saber auras spun, one above and one below, one towards Yan Zhaoge's descending palm, while the other spiraled towards Yan Zhaoge's chest. The saber aura was bright, its saber qi cold, flowing freely, as though thousands of phenomena were flashing at once. One of the 8 extreme arts, 8 sceneries spirit saber. Different from the chaotic elements uniting sabers in comparable toughness, the 8 sceneries spirit saber walked on the profundities of variations. It was of the same type as the Sacred Sun clan's Sunset Thousand Illusory Palms. The only difference was that of the 8 extreme arts, the 8 sceneries spirit saber and the Tushita palm mutually countered each other. From a certain perspective, it would counter the Tushita palm. As the saber light suffused the area, an 8 sceneries palace lantern seemed to appear in front of Yan Zhaoge. While the cauldron fire was not the fire of a lantern, the purple flames of the Tushita palm, meeting the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed of the 8 sceneries spirit saber, instantly became less violent. And as the saber light revolved, it seemed to transform into a massive lantern, revolving as it smashed towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he ignored the saber light that was chopping towards him. The purple color on Yan Zhaoge's palm grew denser, his aura qi condensing to form. The purple color on Yan Zhaoge's palm grew thicker as his aura qi condensed, vaguely forming a massive pill furnace. The cauldron smashed into the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed by the saber aura. The heavy and violent power immediately broke the lantern. All the hairs on the big man's body stood on end as he immediately determined that Yan Zhaoge's explosive power was fiercer than his, and his speed faster than his. Facing attack with attack, before his saber aura had struck Yan Zhaoge, it would definitely be Yan Zhaoge who had first slammed his palm onto the crown of his head. Helpless, the burly man spun around and sheathed his saber to protect himself. Now that he had lost the initiative, there was no hope for him to turn things around. Yan Zhaoge exhaled and roared, striking out consecutively with his palms, his attacks like a tempestuous storm pressuring his opponent into retreat. The big man had originally thought that Yan Zhaoge's violent attacks would not be able to last for long, but who knew that there seemed to be no end to them. He couldn't even pull away as he was enveloped by Yan Zhaoge's palm all along. The burly man clenched his teeth, turned around, and slashed out with his saber. He no longer cared about his own safety, and fought attack with attack. However, Yan Zhaoge's figure abruptly leapt up at this moment, his explosive power actually rising yet another level. The demonic 6 spirits fist, the mighty demonic ape fist with the strongest explosive force in an instant. At the final moment, Yan Zhaoge's speed and strength rose once more, completely surpassing everyone's expectations. With a leap, he evaded his opponent's 8 sceneries spirit saber, his palm had already arrived before the big man. Elder Qin, who had been quietly watching the battle, now let out a sigh that seemed like praise whilst also feeling emotional. A formless power arose, the distance between Yan Zhaoge and his opponent instantly increasing. The next moment, the two returned to their original positions before they had clashed. The two had only clashed in an instant, a series of extremely dangerous attacks and defenses. The others all let out a breath at the same time, their gazes that were on Yan Zhaoge were filled with shock and admiration. The Yan Zhaoge before them had actually really surpassed levels to defeat a late outer aura martial scholar of the same level. This big man was not an ordinary late outer aura martial scholar, cultivating in Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage clear chi profound art and 8 sceneries spirit saber. He was also a veteran of 100 battles, possessing abundant experience. Generally speaking, this kind of opponent was one that most young geniuses were most unwilling to meet. However, he had been cleanly defeated by Yan Zhaoge. Throughout the entire match, while the big man had been caught off guard, allowing Yan Zhaoge to suddenly erupt and seize the initiative, there had not been any mistakes in his subsequent responses. This was already the best he could have done under the circumstances at the time, yet he had still been defeated by Yan Zhaoge. This was Yan Zhaoge forcibly taking him head-on with a higher level of strength, without any luck at all. Yan Su glared at Yan Zhaoge. While your foundation is the clear chi profound art, many of the techniques you use to exert your strength are not my Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, I did not secretly learn other martial arts, it was just that I had a fortuitous encounter. I've let Elder Yan see a joke. Elder, don't you also cultivate in martial arts that you obtained outside? The martial arts that disciples obtain outside legacies can be contributed to the clan's martial vault, exchanging for our clan's supreme martial arts, and can also be kept for themselves. This is in accordance with the clan's rules. Yan Su snorted, not saying a word. Elder Qin, on the other hand, did not mind this at all. Looking at Yan Zhaoge with a look of praise on his face, he slowly nodded. This Broad Creed Mountain envoy who had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge was actually inferior to Xiao Shen. However, the result of this battle had already proved that Yan Zhaoge at least had a chance of defeating Xiao Shen head-on. between martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, due to the difference in experience, talent, mentality, as well as the superiority of their martial arts. Although it was not common for the inferior to surpass the superior, it was still not uncommon. The higher the cultivation base of martial practitioners, the rarer the situation of surpassing levels and defeating an opponent of a higher cultivation base. Being able to walk to a higher cultivation base, everyone's talent and opportunities would not be too bad. The higher the cultivation base, the more this was so. This was even more so between people of the same age, and those of the same generation. I've offended you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the big man, then said, if Xiaoshan doesn't admit it, I'll just find him for another match at any time. At this time, a report came in from outside that the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, had personally arrived. Yan Su and Yan Zhaoge welcomed him in together. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng's first words were, what realm are you at now? Under what circumstances did you defeat Xiaoshan and obtain his radiant sun wheel? As these words left his mouth, the gazes of everyone in the room all fell on Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, in a one-on-one battle, I defeated him, then used the Jade Dragon Sword to obtain his radiant sun wheel. Comparing the process and results of the previous match, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed in unison, no longer asking any questions. Instead, it was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, who was a little taken aback, asked a few more questions. As Yan Zhaoge answered them one by one, Zhao Shicheng said emotionally, Yan Di has a worthy successor. Ah. Everyone present all nodded unconsciously. Someone blurted out, yet another Yan Wudi. When Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had been unparalleled amongst the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world, never suffering a single defeat, suppressing all his peers. That year, when Yan Di had been a martial scholar, he had been invincible amongst martial scholars. To the extent that all martial scholars were no longer referred to by their original names, instead adding a Wu character between their surnames and given names. Homonym, Yan Wudi. It was only after Yan Di had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm that no one called him that anymore. However, as Yan Di's cultivation had increased over the years, his strength rising steadily, the suffocating pressure that he had previously brought upon martial scholars was gradually beginning to envelop all the martial grandmasters of the world. The day when the name of Yan Wudi would once again be called was already not far away. Hearing that person's words, even Elder Qin and Zhao Shicheng did not explicitly object to it, their gazes instead gradually lighting up. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a similar thought vaguely arose within everyone's hearts. The Yan Wudi of the past was still the Yan Wudi of the present. Chapter 66. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. Zhaoge's talent was originally outstanding, but from the looks of it now, you actually still haven't displayed your full potential before. Only today did you truly display your brilliance. It can also be said that you have accumulated your strength from a different angle. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Zhao Shicheng, Uncle overpraises me. But this time, I will have to trouble Uncle. Zhao Shicheng and Elder Qin joining hands to repel the East Rising Lord of the Sacred Sun Clan was undoubtedly making a clear choice between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. The Eastern Tang was a part of the East Heaven region of the Heaven Domain, and had always been under Broad Creed Mountain's command. However, the Sacred Sun Clan was currently powerful, and the Eastern Tang Kingdom was directly bordered by the Fire Domain that the Sacred Sun Clan controlled. If the two sacred grounds were to go to war, it would be as easy as flipping a hand for the Sacred Sun Clan to deal with the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even if Broad Creed Mountain sought revenge afterwards, if the Eastern Tang Kingdom suffered losses, it would still be a true calamity. Material losses and even territorial losses could all be compensated and recovered, but the dead could not be revived. Zhao Shicheng shook his head. This time's reform of the Pill Pavilion was originally intended to kick Shirlai out of the picture. Making his stance clear to the Sacred Sun Clan was also something that would happen sooner or later. This king has always been with Broad Creed Mountain. It is not that the Sacred Sun clan does not know this, just that this time, everything has been laid out on the table. His old friend's only son being threatened in the lands of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shiqing naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch. No matter what, he would support Yan Zhaoge to the end. Elder Qin immediately expressed his stance once more. Due to the special circumstances, this old man will be sitting over the Eastern Tang during this period of time. Then I will have to trouble Elder Qin. Although facing the immense pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan, Zhao Shiqing's bearing was still calm. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. I never knew before that you, Zhaoge, actually had such deep attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Uncle overpraises me. It was only recently that I obtained some information. Pondering on it myself, I made some gains, but it is still not complete yet, and still requires further research. Zhao Shiqing sighed. The golden needle liberating pill technique, like the internal crystal furnace, was completely lost after the great calamity, of it being a secret technique whose name has only been heard of. This Tao of yours is really too good. As Zhao Shiqing said this, he could not help but tease Yan Zhaoge, but his tone and expression were both rather solemn. Yan Su and the others were slightly stunned. Golden needle liberating pill. Elder Qin, on the other hand, had heard some news from the mountain gate and wasn't too surprised. As the head of the East Heaven region, with Yan Zhaoge also having to move around here during this period of time, he naturally had to inform him of some news. Didn't they say they were still experimenting? You've already grasped it. Elder Qin's face revealed a hint of joy. Yan Zhaoge nodded, smiling. I'm still studying it. Still, I'm already gradually becoming familiar with some of the more basic pills. Zhao Shiqing shook his head. It's fine if it's just a healing pill, but the smoke cloud powder is not a low-level healing pill. It can be said to be a holy item for healing. After listening to Elder Qin and Zhao Shiqing's explanation, the others gradually understood what was going on. Yan Su's face was expressionless, but within the depths of his eyes which had originally been staring at Yan Zhaoge, a cold intent could be seen. But now, the coldness had completely disappeared, and only calmness remained. This didn't mean that everything that had happened before was just a passing cloud. On the contrary, when Yan Su looked at Yan Zhaoge now, there was no longer the condescending air of a senior looking at a junior. At this moment, he placed Yan Zhaoge on the same level as himself for the first time. Even if the current Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was still far from his. The internal crystal furnace artifact forging technique, the cloud vein stone turning into jade essence, the golden needle liberating pill technique, as well as his own extraordinary talent and potential in the martial Tao, things could happen again and again, but not again and again. If it happened once or twice, it could be considered a coincidence, luck. But if it happened every time, the coincidence would also become a certainty. Yan Su glanced at Yan Zhaoge silently, then retracted his gaze, as if no longer paying attention to him. But in reality, he placed even more importance on it, and also signified an even firmer determination. Out of consideration for the legacy, when the competition between the second generation had reached a stalemate, an outstanding third generation could very well influence the final decision of the older generation. Few people knew that Yan Su's wariness and fear towards Yan Zhaoge and his father far surpassed that of others. That did not only stem from the conflict between the factions, but also involved the fear that was hidden deep within his heart. As Yan Di grew stronger and stronger, his power grew larger and larger. Yan Su already felt that he could not eat or sleep in peace. That matter that year, if the father and son knew that it had something to do with me, I had originally thought that the threat only lay with Yan Di, but who would have thought that it would not just be Yan Di? As time goes on, this junior before me will also be a huge threat. Because of him, Yan Di's reputation will also grow stronger and stronger, even possibly suppressing Elder Fang. If this continues, Yan Su sucked in a deep breath, his gaze growing calmer and gloomier. He had originally still been a little hesitant, but now he no longer hesitated. As for the other higher echelon martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain, as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, their emotions were much more complicated. Those who were close to Yan Di's faction were overjoyed, whilst also feeling incredulous, while those who were close to Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan felt incomparably conflicted. After all, they were also of Broad Creed Mountain. Their own clan having produced such a genius of the younger generation, they felt honored as well as happy for the clan. But it just so happened that this rising star of the younger generation was someone from the opposing faction. Yan Zhaoge could more or less guess what they were thinking. Now, he was actually preparing to concoct a divine pill in preparation for the future, using it as a trump card in his father's fight for the position of clan chief. That pill had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, and when it was concocted, no one would recognize it. It was not like artifacts, spirit artifacts, and the like, which martial practitioners could communicate with and use. Pills were things that had to be ingested into the mouth, and it was very hard to say what would happen after ingesting it. To most people, it would be a great tonic, but to some, it would be a deadly poison. Such situations were not unheard of. This would inevitably cause others to feel apprehensive, so Yan Zhaoge needed to lay some groundwork beforehand. To let others form an impression, Yan Zhaoge's attainment in the Tao of alchemy is not small, and is also very high, worthy of trust. In order to avoid drawing attention, this groundwork also had to be done step by step, progressing in an orderly manner. At the same time as laying the groundwork, he would also continue to consolidate Broad Creed Mountain's control over the Eastern Tang Kingdom, squeezing out the claws of the Sacred Sun clan, killing many birds with one stone. After completely understanding the situation, Elder Qin first nodded slightly towards Xiao Shicheng. I must first congratulate the king on having produced yet another fine son. Xiao Shicheng's expression was calm. Has indeed surpassed this king's expectations, but many things still need to be verified. Also, while Shirlie's share of the Pill Pavilion has been lost to Zhaoge, this king understands him, he will not withdraw so easily. These past few years, he has also planted quite a few people within the Pill Pavilion, many of them in vital positions, all of which need to be cleaned up. However, this can be completed within these few days, Xiao Shicheng said calmly. Elder Qin nodded. This old man naturally knows the king's methods. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, this time, you have consecutively performed a great deed. Let's not talk about anything else first, with the clan deciding on what to do, but within this old man's authority, I can first reward you for your merit in regards to the Pill Pavilion this time. You have developed the ancient golden needle liberating pill technique, which can effectively raise the quality of medicinal pills, at the same time successfully expelling the Sacred Sun clan's infiltration of the Eastern Tang Pill Pavilion. Other than the share of the Pill Pavilion that you yourself won from Prince Jin, Xiao Shicheng, the shares that our clan originally secretly occupied in the Pill Pavilion will also belong to you. All the profits will be personally distributed by you. If the clan needs it, we will also not let you suffer a loss. You can exchange it for it at the market price or with other resources that you want. Matters relating to our clan and the Pill Pavilion will be decided by you. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Thank you, Elder Qin. Chapter 67. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin and Yan Su, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. The Pill Pavilion was a business supported by the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal family, while Broad Creed Mountain, as the true ruler of the East Heaven region, also had a share of the profits. On one hand, it had a symbolic effect, guaranteeing Broad Creed Mountain's position and benefits in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. On the other hand, Broad Creed Mountain had also played an important role in the spread of the Pill Pavilion's medicinal pills outside of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even without the Golden Needle liberating pill technique and the recent smoke cloud powder, the Pill Pavilion still had a huge profit. Before this, Broad Creed Mountain's dealings with the Pill Pavilion had been handled by the Eastern Tang's principal elder. This was also the authority of an Eastern Tang elder in charge, and was within the scope of his authority. Yan Zhaoge had personally won a large amount of shares of the Pill Pavilion from Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. Logically speaking, these shares would all be handed over to the clan, to be managed by the clan, while the clan would reward and compensate Yan Zhaoge in other areas. This transfer was naturally to the hands of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yan Su. Now, however, the situation was the complete opposite. All of the shares had gone to Yan Zhaoge. Regardless of how much it was worth, this was undoubtedly cutting Yan Su's flesh with a knife. The other martial practitioners all looked at Elder Qin in bewilderment, and even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, was sizing him up. Elder Qin's tone was calm, and Yan Su's expression was similarly calm. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled but did not speak. Between his father Yan Di and his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, Elder Qin remained neutral. While his impression of Yan Zhaoge had changed, and he admired Yan Zhaoge greatly, it was still not enough for Elder Qin to be biased towards Yan Di's faction. Elder Qin's current method was to give Yan Zhaoge a knock on Yan Su's head at the same time as well. Previously, when Ningxi had failed in his attempt to snitch on Yan Zhaoge, instead getting himself involved. He was Yan Su's trusted aide, so Elder Qin naturally had to pay attention to the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Yan Zhaoge. While Lin Yushao's death could not be said to be certain, Yan Zhaoge's suspicions were temporarily eliminated. Then it was worth investigating who had harmed her. The corpse was discovered and guarded by Yan Su's men, and the injuries were caused by the Tushita palm. Yan Su was also proficient in the Tushita palm, and with his cultivation, it was easy for him to fake the attack of a physical invulnerability early-stage martial scholar. Elder Qin similarly did not believe that Lin Yushao had really been killed by Yan Su. However, in order to deal with Yan Zhaoge, Yan Su might have played some tricks. Him stripping away a portion of Yan Su's authority and transferring it to Yan Zhaoge was a reminder. Elder Qin had no intention of participating in the competition for the position of chief between Yan Di and Fang Zhuan. However, to this old man, while the two sides were fighting, some bottom lines had to be maintained. Profits are only one aspect. Yan Zhaoge thought leisurely, can this be considered as me going from only spending money extravagantly to being able to earn my own money? Elder Qin continued, you found the maiden of extreme Yin and brought her into our clan. This is a great merit. Surpassing the golden needle liberating pill, the current internal crystal furnace, and the excavation of jade essence. However, little friend Feng's extreme Yin physique has yet to recover. At this stage, it is still too early to say anything. Therefore, this merit reward of yours can be discussed at a later time. If little friend Feng really recovers his extreme Yin physique, the clan will naturally give you a huge reward. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Although he still did not know the specifics, he was still rather looking forward to such a reward. Elder Qin said, you defeating Shao Shen and raising the name of our broad Creed mountain, while it cannot compare to the merit of bringing in the maiden of extreme Yin, there will still be a reward. This reward will have to be decided by the clan. This old man cannot decide it on my own. After all, you are not a martial practitioner who is permanently stationed in the East Heaven region. However, with your continuous merits, the clan will not instead become stingy. Therefore, we can give you a small preferential treatment. Whatever reward you want, you can name it yourself, and this old man will report it to the clan. You know the rules, I believe that you won't want some unrealistic reward. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, many thanks to the clan and Elder Qin. To be honest, I really do have something that I want. Elder Qin asked, oh. What is it? Yan Zhaoge smiled, I want something of yours, that 9 treasures I scored from the Thunder Domain's lonely cold mountain. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked at Yan Zhaoge, a little astonished, you have a treasure that needs to be preserved for a long period of time? This old man knows that you have obtained the glacial dragon bone soul, and had originally intended to give you the entire skeleton. However, for storing the glacial dragon bone soul, a large piece of essence jade should be enough. Yan Zhaoge said, it is not the glacial dragon bone soul, but something else. I wonder if Elder would be willing to part with it. Elder Qin waved his hands, directly taking out a white gourd and throwing it to Yan Zhaoge. What's there to be unwilling about? Although this thing is rare, it is not all that valuable. That year, this old man just happened to come across one by chance, and has kept it ever since. Like chicken ribs, tasteless when eaten, a pity to discard. If you only want this thing, there is no need for the clan to decide, this old man will directly give it to you. Receiving the 9 treasures ice gourd, Yan Zhaoge immediately smiled, thank you, Elder. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin seemed to suddenly think of something as he glared at Yan Zhaoge, you brat, have you come up with some new ideas again? Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not concealing anything, I indeed have some ideas, but they are still just ideas for now. Whether or not I can bring them out, I still have to test them out first. Elder Qin extended his index finger and pointed at Yan Zhaoge, you really don't let people rest easy. Although he said this, his tone was amiable, and within the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge, there was clearly a smile and praise. Hearing this, the others all felt curious, not knowing what Yan Zhaoge was planning this time. All the signs from before had shown that the current Yan Zhaoge really could not be measured by normal logic. Yan Zhaoge himself had said it mildly, but it was very likely that it would be yet another great storm. Having finished discussing Yan Zhaoge's reward, Elder Qin arranged for people to investigate Lin Yushao's death. He himself had to deal with the pressure from the Sacred Sun clan as well as the East Rising Lord. Logically speaking, Lin Yushao's death had happened on the territory of the Eastern Tang, and it should have been the responsibility of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su. However, it was already obvious that Yen Su was no longer suitable to handle the matter, so Elder Qin arranged for other people who had come to the Eastern Tang with him to investigate the matter. As for Yan Zhaoge, even if he could prove that Lin Yushao's death had nothing to do with him at all, he still had to avoid suspicion. Yan Zhaoge taking the initiative to investigate was actually just to express his attitude and the importance he attached to the matter. Facing the possible actions of the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom needed to have a tacit understanding. During this period of time, whether it was Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin or Yen Su, they would naturally have to inform the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng. Chapter 68. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly, I know what you want to say, Zhaoge. With no one else present, conversing with Yan Zhaoge in private, Zhao Shicheng also no longer addressed Yan Zhaoge as a loner, instead changing to a very ordinary form of address. If Hao was enlightened overnight, then the change in Hao is too great, too sudden. Putting aside the great change in temperament, even I would have to admit that I am inferior to him in alchemy. I can't tell his martial arts cultivation at the moment, but his progress in the past half a year is far better than before. Zhao Shicheng was very frank, not looking down on Yan Zhaoge just because he was of the younger generation. Zhao Shicheng didn't necessarily know Zhao Hao very well, even if he wanted to say that he knew him very well. However, after Zhao Hao's body had changed, Zhao Shicheng could naturally investigate most of Zhao Hao's life from his birth to now if he wanted to. Otherwise, he would be in vain as the ruler of a country. If it's said that he obtained a great opportunity, obtained a legacy, or was taken in as a disciple by an expert, it's still somewhat understandable. However, the path of alchemy is not only about talent, but also accumulation and tempering. How did Hao reach his current height? Zhao Shicheng shook his head slightly, however, all of this can still be slowly investigated. It is undoubtedly a good thing for the Eastern Tang that I can produce an even more outstanding son. As Yan Zhaoge listened, he secretly grinned to himself. For those in power, they were not afraid of those below them who had the ability. The key was whether the situation was still under their control. As long as he didn't lose control of the situation, the more capable his subordinates were, the better. Most of the time, it wasn't that others couldn't see through some of the clues and flaws, but they just pretended to be ignorant and continued to observe in secret. Zhao Shicheng was already like this, his own father, Yan Di, was even harder to fool. Therefore, ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to this world, everything had slowly progressed in an orderly fashion. While it wasn't to say that he wouldn't be suspicious at all, at the very least, the difference couldn't be too big. While he had unearthed and recreated the internal crystal furnace, that had been an artifact invention, and not the level of artifact forging itself. Yan Zhaoge's other artifact forging techniques could only be considered above average. He had recreated the golden needle liberating pill technique, but it was only a technique. His overall skill in alchemy was slowly improving, and the impression he left on others was gradually increasing. The changes in one's martial arts cultivation and the acquisition of some strange secrets could mostly be explained by a fortuitous encounter or a sudden enlightenment. It didn't matter if he walked slowly now. The future where he could spread his wings and soar high was right in front of him. Actually, thinking about it sometimes, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but find it a little funny. Zhao Hao is indeed a good person. Yan Zhaoge's current achievements naturally far surpassed Zhao Hao's. However, as compared to the Zhao Hao who was virtually unbridled in his sharpness, Yan Zhaoge instead seemed a little more normal. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In the eyes of many, Yan Zhaoge was similarly arrogant and domineering to the point of being a complete mess. However, the previous owner of this body also had such a personality, so the contrast between before and after wasn't that big. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge told Feng Yunxing that he was low-key, he really felt that he was rather low-key. Faced with Feng Yunxing's disapproving gaze, Yan Zhaoge felt very wronged. With his personality of being in the limelight, he was already trying very hard to restrain himself. Zhao Shiqing sighed. The potential that Hao is displaying right now is something that even Lao Si and Lao San cannot compare to, let alone Lao Si and Lao San. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Other than the eldest prince Xiao Yuan and the third prince Xiao Sheng, the Eastern Tang royal family actually still had the fourth prince Xiao Ming. Just in terms of martial talent, Xiao Ming was the number one of Zhao Shiqing's sons, not counting the black horse Xiao Hao, and at the same time, he was also the most outstanding talent of the entire Eastern Tang's younger generation. Long ago, Xiao Ming had entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, becoming an official disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. With Broad Creed Mountain dominating the Heaven Domain, most of the martial geniuses of the Heaven Domain had fallen into their hands. The elites of the Heaven Domain similarly took pride in entering Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that with Xiao Ming having entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, barring any major accidents, the throne of the Eastern Tang would no longer be his. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom was a vassal and even subordinate to Broad Creed Mountain, it did not mean that the Eastern Tang Kingdom would completely become a subordinate of Broad Creed Mountain. Being able to cultivate in Broad Creed Mountain or ascending the throne in the Eastern Tang, whether it was better or not, this question was a matter of opinion. However, for Xiao Ming, his heart was set on martial arts, and he was more than happy to enter the Holy Land to learn. With him entering Broad Creed Mountain, while it seemed like he had broken away from the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the Eastern Tang could still use him as an ally, bringing the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Broad Creed Mountain even closer. Zhao Shiqing's heart had always been with Broad Creed Mountain, and he naturally wouldn't do something like placing bets on both sides. Other than his fourth son Xiao Ming, who had entered Broad Creed Mountain, the other princes all remained in the Eastern Tang. Other than that, something worth mentioning was that Prince Jin, Zhao Shilia's second son, had entered the Sacred Sun clan. The relationship between Zhao Shilai and the Sacred Sun clan was thus exceptionally close, causing the Sacred Sun clan's influence in the Eastern Tang to continuously seep in. Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing very tacitly did not mention this matter. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "As for what exactly happened to brother Zhao Hao, I am also unable to confirm. However, according to my conjecture, the changes in his body should be related to the martial saint expert of the past, the pill-fire divine sword Gao Zhe. Perhaps he obtained his legacy." Having said this much, it was already enough. Zhao Shiqing nodded, pondering slightly, proficient in the sword, proficient in the Tao of alchemy, smoke cloud powder, and, that is indeed possible. He raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. If I do not remember wrongly, it is rumored that the Pill Fire Divine Sword's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain is very tense. Yan Zhaoge answered frankly, I am also not very clear on the inside details, but there is indeed such a thing. Other than that, we do not know if Gao Zhe left behind any information, nor what exactly did brother Zhao Hao inherit from Gao Zhe, causing him to seem somewhat hostile towards our clan. Zhao Shiqing sighed, having heard the reports from my subordinates, I also already know of this matter. Rest assured, I will deal with it. If there is no progress, there will naturally be other arrangements. Not mentioning Zhao Shiqing's personal relationship with Yan Di, Zhao Shiqing similarly would not allow a son who held enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain to become his successor. More effort in grooming him was definite, but the throne was out of the question. Yan Zhaoge bowed, uncle has his own arrangements, Zhaoge does not dare to speak carelessly. What I have said today is already very impetuous. Zhao Shiqing waved his hands, it's fine, your father having a son like you, having a successor, is his fortune. I also envy him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I also hope that my fellow brothers can have as deep a relationship as uncle and my father. As the monarch of a kingdom, Zhao Shiqing might be a little emotional. However, this uncle was definitely loyal to his father, and also took great care of Yan Zhaoge himself. Yan Su naturally saw Zhao Shiqing and Yan Zhaoge's private conversation. His expression did not change as he walked off to the other side. Following behind Yan Su, a person said somewhat worriedly, Yan Zhaoge actually defeated the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Shen as a mid-outer aura martial scholar. This way, over on Lu Wen's side, I'm afraid, Yan Su's footsteps paused for a moment, his expression darkening somewhat. Lu Wen was the direct disciple of Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, Fang Zhuan. Like Yan Zhaoge, he was an outstanding figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, an existence who held great prestige. He was older than Yan Zhaoge, and had started cultivating even earlier than Yan Zhaoge. Currently, at 25, he was of the same age as Xiao Shen. The conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan was rather deep. Before the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had occurred, it had always been Yan Zhaoge against Chao Yuanlong, Lu Wen against Xiao Shen. The two sides had been in a stalemate, each with their own merits. Currently, Lu Wen was in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain. As a late outer aura martial scholar like Xiao Shen, he was in seclusion this time in order to attempt to break through the bottleneck and break through into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Speaking of which, Lu Wen had seized the initiative this time, and was already slightly ahead of Xiao Shen. If he could become a Xiantian martial scholar first, he would truly be a step ahead of others. However, no one would have thought that Yan Zhaoge would rise up even more domineeringly, not only suppressing Chao Yuanlong who was of the same age as him, but now even surpassing levels to defeat Xiao Shen. Even his own cultivation base was getting closer and closer to Lu Wen's. Chapter 69. Far away from the capital of the Eastern Tang, Jingyang City, on a hill, several figures stood quietly, gazing at Jingyang City. The sunlight shone on them, making their golden robes even more dazzling. The middle-aged man at their head was precisely an elder of the Sacred Sun clan, the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. Beside the East Rising Lord stood a golden-robed old man, the Sacred Sun clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang. Other than him, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. A white-clothed young man stood in the middle of the crowd. His face was covered with a thick beard, and he looked bold and unruly, but his eyes were filled with a snake-like gloomy and cold light. The youth's face was still a little pale, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Jingyang City. He was naturally Xiao Shen. At this moment, his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge was not any less than that of Feng Yunxing at all. Not only had Feng Yunxing defeated him, but she had also humiliated him greatly. She had even publicly announced the matter of him being injured by Feng Yunxing. The skin on Xiao Shen's face had been completely torn off. The matter of him being injured by Feng Yunsheng had always been kept under Ra even within the Sacred Sun clan. Those who knew the specifics were limited. Now, everyone knew about it. Although no one else was looking at him, as Xiaoshen stood within the crowd at this moment, he could feel the gazes of disdain and mockery all around him, making him feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. This anxiety and embarrassment completely transformed into hatred, all of which was concentrated on Yan Zhaoge. The golden-robed elder turned to look at the East Rising Lord, inform the sect to send more experts over. We can't just let things go like this. Meng Wan lost the extreme Yin crown last year, and the chief has also been in secluded cultivation all this time. It looks like some people have forgotten that our Sacred Sun clan is the #1 sacred ground of the current world. So what if the Eastern Tang Kingdom is in the heaven region? As long as our glory sect is willing, we can still crush them. These words could only be said by him. If it were anyone else, they would be suspected of doubting the East Rising Lord's abilities, which would instead make the East Rising Lord unhappy. The East Rising Lord stood there. Even if he did not put on any airs, he still seemed as dazzling as the sun. He quietly looked at Jingyang City in the distance. How are the preparations we made earlier? The golden-robed elder shook his head slowly. It's not thorough enough. The East Rising Lord said, we have not made sufficient preparations, and it is the same for Broad Creed Mountain as well. But this time, the changes in the Dragon Sealing Abyss can make up for our shortcomings and give us a chance to succeed. The golden-robed elder perked up. That's right. The East Rising Lord swiveled his head to look at Xiaoshen. All other factors aside, for Yan Zhaoge to defeat you, it seems like it wouldn't be difficult at all. I'm slightly inferior, Xiaoshen took a deep breath and replied with much difficulty. The East Rising Lord turned his gaze towards Jingyang City once more. Even though you are a level higher, you are still inferior. If you were of the same cultivation level, the result would probably not be much better than Yuanlong's. Xiaoshen clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. The East Rising Lord said mildly, if that's the case, I seem to have seen another Zhan Dongge, another Yan Di. His potential might even be even more shocking. Such a good seedling, what a pity that he also came from Broad Creed Mountain. It would be best if we can deal with him before he grows. Hearing his words, Xiaoshen's breathing instantly turned ragged. The East Rising Lord did not even turn his head, just wait patiently. Perhaps you will have the chance to personally slay Yan Zhaoge, taking revenge for yourself. Being able to kill Yan Zhaoge with my own hands is exactly what I wish for. Xiaoshen's breathing steadied as he spoke softly. After taking his leave of Zhao Shicheng, Yan Zhaoge left the courtyard, where he saw Ah Hu waiting for him. Ah Hu walked up, smiling in a simple and honest manner, young master, how is it? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Junior apprentice sister Feng will be sent back to the clan. We will continue staying here, I still have some matters to attend to. As for junior apprentice sister Lin's matter, neither Yan Su nor I will interfere. Yan Su will hand over the things that he holds, but I don't think he will give up. At this point, Yan Zhaoge instructed, Ah Hu, regarding junior apprentice sister Lin's death, get people to pay attention to the direction of the rumors. If there are any changes, inform me immediately. Ah Hu scratched his head, young master, what kind of changes? The direction of the rumors now is that junior apprentice sister Lin was jealous and came to pester me, only to be accidentally killed by me in a moment of impatience. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. If the direction of the rumors is that junior apprentice sister Lin still has feelings for Yi Jing, throwing herself back into his embrace, and me killing her in a moment of rage, that means one thing, Yan Su, he might have found Yi Jing. Spreading this kind of rumor, while destroying my reputation, is unable to touch my foundation. The spreading of these rumors is only a layer of paving. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, I have a feeling that this time, Yan Su, probably wants me to never return to the clan. Ah Hu stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn, he wants to kill young master. But why? There's no reason. Young master, you've embarrassed him a few times, even if he's angry, it shouldn't be to the extent of wanting to kill you, right? After all, young master, you are different from other disciples of the younger generation. Could it be that elder Feng? Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, it wasn't second apprentice uncle's idea, it should be Yan Su's own idea. Perhaps it was just my misperception, but regarding junior apprentice sister Lin's death this time, Yan Su's performance was a little strange. Who said in a heavy tone, has he gone mad? This has already crossed his bottom line. Young master, the potential that you have now displayed has already surpassed that of those of the same generation. It would be very difficult for Elder Feng to produce a disciple of the younger generation who can contend against you. If something happens to you, let alone the family head, even the old clan chief won't let him off. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, of course he won't take the blame for himself. That Yi Jing is precisely the best scapegoat for him. Who was taken aback, as he opened his mouth wide, just based on that brat Yi Jing, he can kill you, young master. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, didn't I just offend the people of the Sacred Sun clan badly? Moreover, there's still the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, as well as that Ghost Hatchet Elder who is related to Yi Jing. Me dying at the hands of those martial grandmasters would naturally be the most perfect result. If Yan Su had to personally make a move, any one of those martial grandmasters would have the ability and the motive to heavily injure me. He could have used me as a cover, then let Yi Jing deal the final blow. If Yan Su wants to kill me, it would be much easier than those martial grandmasters outside. Elder Qin has come, and blocked the people of the Sacred Sun clan. But conversely, the people of the Sacred Sun clan have also drawn Elder Qin's attention. That Yan Su, thus, has the space to move. Who said earnestly, young master, I solemnly recommend that you and Miss Feng directly return to the clan. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, his hands behind his back as he walked, smiling, I won't hide it from you, from just now until now, I have been seriously considering the plan you suggested. However, it is not for my own safety, but rather for those of you who follow by my side, lest you get caught up in the crossfire. From my own point of view. Yan Zhaoge's smile gradually turned cold, even if Yan Su didn't move against me, I would still want to move against him. Unlike when Ningxi and Cui Xian from before, wanting to get rid of a principal elder, the opportunity is not easy to find. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, but conversely, getting rid of a principal elder, the losses on second apprentice uncle's side are also completely not something that two acting elders can compare to. Who blinked, young master, this is playing with fire. Who knows, you might even end up burning yourself. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, how can there be completely no risk in this world? Very quickly, Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts also arrived at Jingyang City. After another round of discussion, Yan Zhaoge ultimately still chose to remain in the Eastern Tang, while Feng Yunsheng followed them back to Broad Creed Mountain. First go back and properly nurse your injuries, making your preparations. When I return to the mountain, your nightmare should begin. Yan Zhaoge looked smilingly at Feng Yunsheng, what awaits you, will be hardship that surpasses your imagination. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows, smiling as she asked, how hardship? Chapter 70. Considering that the conflict with the Sacred Sun clan had recently intensified, as a precaution, a portion of Broad Creed Mountain's experts who had come this time remained behind to help Elder Qin stabilize the situation in the East Heaven region and the Eastern Tang, as well as to deal with any possible retaliation from the Sacred Sun clan. After sending Feng Yunsheng off, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, pondering as he walked. Having offended the Sacred Sun clan badly this time, and with the strength and potential he had displayed recently also being more outstanding, the Sacred Sun clan would most likely be keeping an eye on him. What's more, there was still Yan Su eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Yan Zhaoge having stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, even having defeated the late outer aura Xiao Shen, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners were now no longer accompanying Yan Zhaoge. As guards, it was already difficult for them to play a sufficient role. Instead, they might even be implicated. At that time, who would protect who? However, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners did not leave the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Instead, they remained behind, awaiting Yan Zhaoge's orders at any time. Yan Zhaoge and Elder Qin's group headed for overlooking Abyss City a while later. Yan Zhaoge and the others saw Lin Yushao's corpse there. It was only now that Yan Zhaoge had seen Lin Yushao's true appearance for the first time, instead of looking at the memories of the body's original owner through a slideshow. Just as Yen Su had said, the injuries on his body were all caused by the Tushita palm of an early-stage physical invulnerability martial scholar. The energy of the purple Tushita flame spread throughout his body, and also covered up other traces. Beauties suffer unfortunate fates. Yan Zhaoge was silent. Leaving Lin Yushao's place, Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Yi Jing, has he really reached such a level? He seemed to have been injured again in the cold pond. If he continues to use that secret technique to heal himself, his mind will be severely affected by it. In such a case, it is indeed possible that he will be more irascible and extreme. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. If you really want to end the world, I will personally send you on your final journey. When he returned to his residence, Ah Hu, who was beside him, said softly, "Young master." Seeing Ah Hu's seemingly simple and honest, but actually rather despicable smile, Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Following Ah Hu's line of sight, he saw a slender and elegant young girl standing by the roadside. "Junior apprentice Sister Sikong, you've left seclusion?" Yan Zhaoge asked. "From the looks of it, you've successfully broken through your bottleneck, stepping into the martial scholar realm?" The young girl was precisely Sikong Qing. Her temperament was clear and cold, aloof from the world. She bowed solemnly towards Yan Zhaoge. "Having received many pointers from senior apprentice brother Yan before, I have specially come to express my thanks after emerging from seclusion. I've also heard about junior apprentice sister Lin's matter. My condolences, senior apprentice brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge appraised her from head to toe. "Not bad, a 16-year-old martial scholar. This is also hard to come by in our clan. Junior apprentice sister Sikong is indeed determined to improve. However, do not slack off. You should know that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan was already a martial scholar at the age of 15. Sikong Qing's expression was calm, her gaze firm. "Yes, I know. Neither arrogant nor rash, very good." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "You are wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, possessing a firm will. Therefore, I am not afraid of giving you a blow. Other than Meng Wan, there is another person in the Sacred Sun clan who also stepped into the martial scholar realm before the age of 16. And now, she has joined our sect." Sikong Qing said quietly. "I hope to be able to exchange pointers with her more often. I think that I will benefit greatly from it." Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. However, like Meng Wan, she is also a maiden of extreme yin. Her situation is rather special, and in order to obtain results in the extreme yin bout, the Sacred Sun clan has always used some rapid methods to nurture them. This way, their foundations will inevitably be unstable in the future, causing their cultivation speed to be fast at first before slowing down afterwards. However, with the resources of the Sacred Sun clan and our clan, even if their cultivation speed slows down afterwards, that is only relative to themselves, still far faster than most people. Also, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing continued mildly. Also, the extreme yin crown has an amplifying effect on the cultivation of maidens of extreme yin. After Meng Wan won the first extreme yin bout and grasped the extreme yin crown for a year, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing her usual speed. After that, senior apprentice sister of Jade Sea City defeated Meng Wan in the second extreme yin bout and grasped the extreme yin crown, her cultivation also began to soar. Sikong Qing's gaze was resolute, not fluctuating in the slightest. "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Yan's advice. I won't slack off." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Very good, you have already reached the early inner aura martial scholar stage. Next, you will have to use your initial cultivated aura chi to open the acupoints of your entire body. After you succeed, you will be in the mid-inner aura martial scholar stage, after which you will cleanse your internal organs, strengthening your body a step further. When you are able to use your aura chi to form a wall of chi within your body, you will be considered to have reached the late inner aura martial scholar stage. Whether it is in attack or defense, the toughness of your body will all increase greatly, in preparation for your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar stage. Step by step, walking steadily, I believe that you will be able to do it. Sikong Qing nodded. I will work hard. I will trouble senior apprentice brother Yan. The two parted, Yan Zhaoge looking at Sikong Qing's departing figure, not speaking for a long time. Who came up to him, giving a simple and honest laugh. Young master, Miss Lin has just left, and you want to eat Miss Sikong. That's a little insincere. Yan Zhaoge said exasperatedly. Can you stop thinking about your lower half? Hu scratched his head. Then why is young master looking at her with that kind of gaze? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps it was my misconception, but after Sikong Qing became a martial scholar, it was as though she had been reborn, her body undergoing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning transformation. Although there is a heavenly chasm between martial artists and martial scholars, after crossing it is a brand new world. However, Sikong Qing's transformation is even greater than that, just that this feeling is very indistinct. Hu gazed at Sikong Qing's already disappearing figure for a long time, before saying in a puzzled tone, Young master, other than having stepped into the martial scholar realm, I really can't see any other changes in her. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Right, previously I instructed you to have people follow that Zhao Hao. Is there any report? Hu answered, for the time being, there hasn't been any activity. It looks like he is far more obedient than young master said he was. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Continue watching, but do not touch the people of the Eastern Tang. Temporarily putting everything else to the back of his mind, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, taking out the 9 treasures ice gourd that he had obtained from Elder Qin. The original use of this thing was to store other items, especially some spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Some spirit medicines, as soon as they were plucked, would lose their spiritual qi rapidly, becoming useless. At this time, with this 9 treasures ice gourd, they would not fail on the verge of success. Yan Zhaoge pulled out the stopper at the mouth of the gourd, then took out the essence jade within which the glacial dragon bone soul was sealed. A portion of the power of the glacial dragon bone soul had already been absorbed by Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge once again absorbed the essence qi within into his body. Under the nourishment of the essence qi of the glacial dragon bone soul, the aura qi within Yan Zhaoge's body circulated unceasingly, turning it into his own. With the help of the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge was able to accomplish this magnificent feat that most martial scholars would find hard to achieve, thereby increasing the rate at which his cultivation base rose. However, this time, as Yan Zhaoge cultivated, he pressed a hand on the 9 treasures ice gourd. The essence qi of the glacial dragon circulated between the essence jade, Yan Zhaoge's body and the gourd. Gradually, the cold qi emanating from the 9 treasures ice gourd grew denser and denser, and from within the gourd, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The faint silhouette of a white dragon surfaced on the surface of the gourd. Chapter 71. Looking at the book review section, they were all questions that everyone was more concerned about. If there are no major accidents, Senior Apprentice Brothers' book will be published on May 1st. Cheong Kai Yun Alliance is the first alliance leader of my first book's founder. This time, the new Senior Apprentice Brothers' first alliance leader is still Cheong Kai Yun Alliance. Actions always speak louder than words. If my friends are generous enough, I will naturally be generous enough. Here, I will meet everyone in May, I will not leave. Second, Regarding the female characters in the book, some readers have tried to find templates for them, analyzing whether they are cheating, whether they are female protagonists, whether they are the destined one, and so on. Some have even asked me if there will be female protagonists in the book. Here, the uniform answer is none, and will not appear. This kind of ridicule only exists for male characters, or should I say, only related to books with male protagonists. There is no special reason, just because I have not actually read any books with female protagonists. Scratching my head for a long time, I can probably count the number of books with one hand, and they are all from several years ago. What books with female protagonists are currently, what styles are popular, what the protagonists look like, I have no idea. Therefore, the female characters in my book naturally have nothing to do with female protagonists. There is no need to force people to take a position, that is meaningless. Third, and also the last, and also the most important thing. Requesting recommendation votes, comrades. The recommendation votes on the main page have been exploded. So sad, requesting others to explode, not to be exploded. In the following days, Yan Xiaoge spent most of his time in Jingyang City. On the one hand, he was tempering his martial arts and raising his cultivation base. On the other hand, he was gathering resources to forge a new internal crystal furnace. Having completed the forging of the internal crystal furnace, Yan Xiaoge threw the seed of leaf flame true fire within, before unceasingly adjusting it. With the leaf flame true fire seed, the effects of the internal crystal furnace had indeed improved. With the nourishment of the internal crystal furnace, the seed of the leaf flame true fire gradually showed signs of strengthening. Yan Xiaoge began to use the same technique, using his own aura qi to guide the pure fire qi contained within the seed of leaf flame true fire into his body, assisting him in his cultivation along with the pure ice qi of the glacial dragon bone soul. As time passed unceasingly, under the intermingling of ice and fire, Yan Xiaoge's aura qi began to grow rapidly, becoming even more dense as it steadily advanced towards the late outer aura stage. Other than that, Yen would at Yen at Pil, Yen, at Pil Yen Yen Yen. There, under Yan Xiaoge's guidance, a group of alchemists led by the Eastern Tang's first prince Xiao Yuan unceasingly improved the pill production methods of the pill pavilion. The quality of the pill pavilion's pills improved, but their cost and price did not change much. Gradually, the pill pavilion was no longer limited to the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Instead, it expanded towards the East Heaven region, as well as the fire and mountain domains, growing stronger and stronger. The Eastern Tang Pill Pavilion, this ferocious dragon, began to seize large amounts of foreign markets, their channels becoming more and more stable. Quality was king, and the price was also not expensive. The quality was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Outside of the Eastern Tang, even if the local alchemists wanted to join hands to resist this dragon, it would still be extremely difficult. Accurate vision, stable control of your aura qi. Within the Pill Pavilion, Yan Xiaoge said from his seat of honor, currently, this method can only be used by martial scholars. Luckily, the Pill Pavilion's foundation is not shallow, it shouldn't be a big problem. Old Mr. Wang and Xiao Yuan both nodded. Yan Xiaoge brushed off his clothes, standing up, let's end it here for today. I still have to stay in the Eastern Tang for a long time, we'll talk about it later. Everyone within the Pill Pavilion hurriedly stood up, sending Yan Xiaoge off. Exiting the Pill Pavilion, on the road, Hu followed behind Yan Xiaoge, saying quietly, young master, news came from Jade Sea City, saying that they thank Broad Creed Mountain and you for your warning. Yan Xiaoge glanced back at him, oh, their maiden of extreme Yin really went to hell? The heaven domain and the water domain, one west and one east, were separated by the earth domain. The water domain similarly bordered the earth domain. With Jade Sea City guarding over the water domain, the martial practitioners of their clan also frequently moved about in the outskirts of the earth domain. Hu answered, it was an exploration mission, we nearly accidentally entered the place where Miss Feng's extreme Yin physique had been crippled. After investigating it, it seemed like someone had intentionally led them there. Luckily, when we reached the outskirts, their clan passed on young master's warning. At the critical moment, they managed to rein in the horse at the precipice. While their maiden of extreme Een suffered some injuries, it wasn't anything major. It couldn't have been like Miss Fong. Ah, who grinned widely, young master, Jade Sea City definitely owes you a huge favor this time. The way I see it, the person who intentionally led Jade Sea City's holy maiden there was most likely the Sacred Sun clan. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. If the Sacred Sun clan had been given a bit more time, they would have been able to make their arrangements even more meticulously, even more stealthily, completely trapping Jade Sea City to death. I'm afraid that after seeing junior apprentice Sister Feng being taken away by me, they knew that the news would be leaked, and thus were forced to act prematurely, wanting to seize that short, yet precious window of time. Ah, who said, right, young master, I saw that Zhao Hao just now. With Yan Zhaoge having a share in the Pill Pavilion, and Zhao Hao having lost face due to Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan earlier, after returning to Jingyang City, he rarely came to the Pill Pavilion. Zhao Hao, however, was not a complete idiot. His collaboration with the Pill Pavilion regarding the smoke cloud powder had not been cut short. Not only that, he had even provided the Pill Pavilion with the formula of a spirit medicine, collaborating with them in developing it. These past few days, Zhao Hao's performance had become more and more outstanding, already attracting the attention of the entire Eastern Tang Kingdom. Before this, no one would have thought that other than the first Prince Xiao Yuan and the third Prince Xiao Sheng, another dark horse would actually appear in the struggle for the position of Crown Prince. And Zhao Hao's outstanding performance would undoubtedly also attract the attention of many. As far as Yan Zhaoge knew, Yan Su had once come into contact with Zhao Hao in private, but it seemed that they had not made much progress. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Su, they were both of Broad Creed Mountain, and it was clear that the former Pill Fire Divine Sword Gao Zhe, the current 16th Prince of the Eastern Emperor, Zhao Hao, had always viewed Broad Creed Mountain as an enemy. These past few days, Zhao Hao has been in contact with Infinite Boundless Mountain. They seem to be very close, who reported to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, indeed. The Eastern Tang Kingdom was within the boundaries of the Heaven Domain, and Broad Creed Mountain's control over it was naturally the strongest. The Sacred Sun clan's ferocious dragon crossing the river had also infiltrated very deeply into the Eastern Tang. Comparatively speaking, the sacred ground of the Mountain Domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was much more low-key in the Eastern Tang. However, if one thought that Infinite Boundless Mountain was a benevolent force, that might not be the case. Like the Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain was similarly infiltrating the Eastern Tang Kingdom, just that they lacked an opportunity. And to Zhao Hao, Broad Creed Mountain would not be a choice, while the Sacred Sun clan already had Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. Zhao Shilai was, after all, a martial grandmaster. Although Zhao Hao had begun to display shocking potential, it was still unknown when he would be able to catch up to Zhao Shilai. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Sun clan naturally would not abandon Zhao Shilai and switch to supporting him, Zhao Hao. If he was willing to be Zhao Shilia's assistant, the Sacred Sun clan would still be able to accept it. However, Zhao Hao was clearly not willing to be under someone else. What he wanted was the throne of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, to be able to command a great amount of the kingdom's resources to support his cultivation, to quickly return to his former peak, or even to the next level. Zhao Shicheng had put in a lot of effort to nurture him, but what he wanted was clearly even more. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hao and Infinite Boundless Mountain actually hit it off. He has already deviated from Uncle Zhao's way of thinking. Without us having to say anything, Uncle Zhao will naturally take care of it. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wants to profit from the conflict between our clan and the Sacred Sun clan, it will also not be so easy. Continue keeping an eye on him. If anything happens, report it back immediately. Hearing his words, Hu nodded, yes, young master. Within Prince Jin's manner, Zhao Shilia's expression was grave as he looked at the golden-robed elder before him. Will it start soon? The golden-robed elder said, it might not necessarily be soon. Anyway, we just have to make our preparations and wait for the right time. Zhao Shilai asked, the abnormalities in the ceiling dragon abyss are no small matter. Now that we are even more certain that it was caused by someone, if it really has a connection with hell, the golden-robed elder said, it's fine, our Sacred Sun clan has already sent experts to the outskirts of hell to monitor it. With the East Rising Lord and this old man here, we will also constantly keep an eye on the ceiling dragon abyss. If something major really happens, we will naturally deal with it. However, the good opportunity created by the abnormalities in the ceiling dragon abyss must also be grasped. The golden-robed elder stood with his hands behind his back. Danger, danger, what is danger? Danger and opportunity coexist, this is danger. Only seeing opportunity and being greedy for success, and only seeing danger and not moving forward, these are both the actions of fools. Zhao Shilai was not a cowardly person. Seeing that the Sacred Sun clan had already made preparations for the abnormalities in the ceiling dragon abyss and hell, he relaxed. He was silent for a moment before asking, however, if we really want to kill Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 72. Because of the matter of accepting Feng Yunsheng into the clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had been on bad terms in recent days. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, the conflict between the two sacred grounds was practically completely open to the public. At every moment, there was friction and competition in all aspects. To the outside world, if not for the constant changes occurring in the ceiling dragon abyss, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan would have long since come to blows. Having left Jingyang City, Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord of the Sacred Sun clan battled in the vicinity of the ceiling dragon abyss. In the end, no one was able to do anything to the other. Because the battle affected the ceiling dragon abyss, causing the abnormalities in the ceiling dragon abyss to intensify, the two sides finally stopped and retreated. As the focal point of the dispute between the two sides, Yan Zhaoge had kept a much lower profile these past few months, living in seclusion. However, Yan Zhaoge's life was actually as fulfilling as before. He cultivated to improve himself, pondered on alchemy techniques, and researched the internal crystal furnace. Other than that, Yan Zhaoge was also paying attention to the matter that he had previously instructed Ah Hu to pay attention to. Young master, it is indeed as you expected. Ah Hu stood in front of Yan Zhaoge. Now, there are rumors that Yi Jing and Miss Lin still have an old relationship, and because of this, you were enraged and accidentally killed Miss Lin. What happened to Yi Jing in the ceiling dragon abyss was also because you were burning with jealousy and deliberately harmed him. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge. Young master, you said earlier that this meant that Yi Jing had fallen into Yan Su's hands. Sitting on the chair, Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped the table, his eyes narrowing into slits. The possibility is very high. He won't give me the chance to confront Yi Jing face to face. Yan Zhaoge crossed his legs. I'm afraid that this time, he really has the intention to kill me. Ever since the Sacred Sun clan had come knocking, Yan Su had been very well behaved for a very long period of time. While he wouldn't intentionally tolerate Yan Zhaoge, he also wouldn't find trouble with him, which seemed completely normal. Some believed that it was because Elder Qin had been holding down the fort in the Eastern Tang all this time, while others believed that it was because Elder Qin had given Yan Su a wake-up call. However, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, this was the calm before the storm. After that, there would be an even more violent storm. It was as if a person had pulled back his fist and punched again with even more force. Ah Hu grinned. He's waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but there might not be one. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. The Sacred Sun clan has always been eyeing us like a tiger eyeing its prey, while Infinite Boundless Mountain has also been eyeing us from the side. The balanced situation is actually very fragile. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge turned to look at Ah Hu. Will Elder Qin be staying in overlooking Abyss City in the near future? Ah Hu replied, the changes in the ceiling dragon abyss are intensifying. If there are no other major changes, Elder Qin will remain here. The Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord is also nearby, but he hasn't come looking for trouble. Perhaps he's worried about the changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I will be in secluded cultivation for a period of time. Unless Elder Qin moves, do not disturb me. Hu scratched his head and asked, Young master, why are you doing closed-door training at this time? Yan Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. The others also felt rather flabbergasted at this decision of Yan Zhaoge's. At first, he had thought that Yan Zhaoge wanted to use the internal crystal furnace to forge a magic artifact. Afterwards, he had guessed that he wanted to cultivate in some sort of martial art. However, as time passed, everyone discovered that this secluded cultivation of Yan Zhaoge's was far from as short as 10 days to half a month. He can't be in seclusion trying to break through to the late outer aura martial scholar realm, right? Someone couldn't help but guess. As these words left his mouth, everyone else was instantly shocked, shaking their heads one after another. How is that possible? He only stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm half a year ago, right? How could he possibly? As they spoke, the group of people fell silent. Because they suddenly recalled that Yan Zhaoge had previously stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm less than a month after stepping into the early outer aura martial scholar realm. This kind of speed of improvement could no longer be described with the word terrifying. If that was the case, advancing from the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm to the late outer aura martial scholar realm in half a year's time didn't seem so hard to accept. Accept my ass. Who the hell could accept this awe? Everyone couldn't help but want to let loose a torrent of curses. Who knows what special method he used to advance from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm back then? Someone said in a low voice, letting out a cold snort. After seeing clearly who it was that had spoken, everyone's expressions became a little complicated. The previous acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon, Ningxi. The previous investigation had already ended, and in the end, Ningxi had still barely managed to pass it. He had only been reprimanded for neglecting his duties, and had finally been cleared of any suspicion of colluding with the enemy. However, while he was still an acting elder, he did not hold any actual position, instead being an idle person, following by the side of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su, awaiting his orders. The acting elders of the various lands all had their own carrots and pits. With Elder Qin keeping watch from above, and Yen Su also not being able to make any arrangements for Ningxi could only be idle. It was hard to say whether or not he would be able to continue staying in the lands of the Eastern Tang. Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan's faction, including Yen Su, might still trust him. However, Ningxi had already inevitably been labeled as useless. This caused his future prospects to be completely gloomy. Ningxi said in a heavy tone, the Sacred Sun clan has the Divine Sun Needle entering the body. While similar techniques are extremely rare in the Eight Extremities world, there are still a few of them. When Yan Zhaoge faced the pressure of the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Shen, he resorted to a method of seeking instant success, drinking poison to quench his thirst. This is also a very normal thing. It's just that this will definitely affect his future cultivation in the martial Tao. The heavens are balanced, how can all the good things be obtained by a single person? Some people looked at Ningxi with ridicule in their eyes, feeling that it was because he had suffered a setback at Yan Zhaoge's hands that he found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore. However, even more people secretly felt the same way. If not for this, Yan Zhaoge advancing from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm in a single month would really be too shocking, completely going against all logic. Also, this was not the logic of ordinary people. In the world of geniuses, it was also something that was impossible to happen. Someone beside him sighed softly, even so, that's also something that can't be helped, right? Even if there are future troubles, it's still better than being killed or injured by Xiao Shen on the spot. As they spoke, everyone's hearts suddenly jolted simultaneously. Turning their heads to look, they saw a person walking in from outside the door. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge. What are you all chatting about so happily? Yan Zhaoge asked smilingly. Someone came forward to welcome him. Zhaoge has left seclusion. This time, it's been a really long time. Halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped, as though his voice had been cut off by someone using a pair of scissors. As the others looked over, they were also instantly petrified, their mouths unconsciously agape, their eyes staring wide open. Wen Ningxi frowned. Looking from the back row, he only felt that Yan Zhaoge's height seemed to have increased by quite a bit compared to before. When he squeezed through the dazed crowd to the front row, after seeing it clearly, he almost fainted. Yan Zhaoge's height hadn't increased, just that he was currently hovering in mid-air, his feet a foot away from the ground. Having broken through, I naturally came out of seclusion, Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, at the same time walking towards them. A foot was definitely not Yan Zhaoge's limit for hovering in mid-air, but in this situation, it was already sufficient. His body temporarily floated in mid-air, and he could even control qi to move about in mid-air. Chapter 73. Although Yan Zhaoge looked ordinary on the outside, his body contained an explosive power. Every single acupoint of his body seemed to be occupied by an ice dragon and a fire dragon. Ice and fire intersected, yin and yang complementing each other. Every time he raised a hand or a foot, it was as if there were countless ice and fire dragons moving restlessly. Yan Zhaoge arrived in front of the crowd, landing on the ground and greeting them. Only now did the crowd recover from their daze. It was just that the way they looked at Yan Zhaoge was extremely strange. In a month's time, he had broken through from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage. In half a year, he had broken through from the mid to the late outer aura stage. At first glance, the latter seemed to have slowed down. But everyone present knew that the former required a certain level of comprehension, breaking through the bottleneck and refining qi into weapons. The latter required pure grinding, accumulating aura qi to a certain extent. Only then could he break through. From a certain perspective, he needed to endure for a long time. But in this kind of process, Yan Zhaoge actually took much less time than the others. How did he do it? The crowd felt dizzy. Don't tell me there's a shortcut for this. Just like the Sacred Sun clan's Divine Sun Needle technique, all techniques that were quick to succeed were often accompanied by intense side effects. Many times, the price was greater than the rewards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use it. Also, similar methods could not be used again. After the first time, the side effects would eliminate the possibility of using it again. Therefore, the crowd now looked at Yan Zhaoge as if they were looking at a monster. Yan Zhaoge ignored this. Flying through the air was to show off. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to say anything more. What was that saying again? I'll give you a look, and you'll understand it yourself. It's like this. Yan Zhaoge was very satisfied with the effect, so he completely ignored the topic of discussion and asked nonchalantly, everyone gathered here, is there something big happening? The others all came to their senses, and one of them said, the black fog within the ceiling dragon abyss has increased madly once again, becoming much denser. Even ordinary martial scholars would find it hard to approach. The abnormalities are intensifying. Elder Qin and Elder Yen are preparing to enter the ceiling dragon abyss to suppress the black fog and investigate. The scale of the change this time was unprecedented. But to Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun clan and the Eastern Tang Kingdom, this was also a good chance to completely resolve their problems. Otherwise, if he only treated the symptoms and not the root cause, it would become a long-term problem in the future, and it would involve even more energy. Previously, the few powers had been observing and monitoring from the sidelines, waiting for the problem within the ceiling dragon abyss to completely erupt. Then, they would find the root of the problem in one go and solve it. At the same time, the source of the problem was the infernal realm. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He had emerged from seclusion at just the right time. Without further ado, Yan Zhaoge and the others went to meet Elder Qin and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than Elder Qin and Yen Su, Broad Creed Mountain also had a long-time elder who had hurried over to the East Heaven region to help keep an eye on the Sacred Sun clan. He was similarly a veteran martial grandmaster, possessing great strength. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin said, "This time, you won't be entering the Sealing Dragon Abyss with this old man and the others. With such an important matter before us, it is very hard to say what the Sacred Sun clan will do. Our clan prioritizes caution, and we cannot let our guard down." Yan Zhaoge replied, "I understand." That elder who had come from the clan remained outside to hold the line, watching over Yan Zhaoge while also monitoring the Sacred Sun clan's movements. As a principal elder familiar with the situation in the Eastern Tang, Yen Su also remained outside to assist. Elder Qin and the others, meanwhile, entered the depths of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. As for the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the king, Zhao Shicheng, personally headed there. As a monarch, he should not personally take the risk and lead the true. However, as the only person who could remotely control the power of Jingyang City's grand formation, he was duty-bound to do so. The Eastern Tang Kingdom's territory was closely connected to the Sealing Dragon Abyss, with Jingyang City as its center, converging the power of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's earth veins. This would be of great use in suppressing the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. As a precaution, the group of Broad Creed Mountain experts led by Elder Qin would travel together with Zhao Shicheng and the other Eastern Tang martial practitioners. On the other side, news also came from the Sacred Sun clan. The matter of Hell and the Sealing Dragon Abyss was of utmost importance. Therefore, the Sacred Sun clan experts led by the East Rising Lord would also enter the depths of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Infinite Boundless Mountain similarly sent news that they would not stay out of this matter. As the news spread, the citizens of the Eastern Tang Kingdom who were on the brink of danger, yet had limited knowledge of the matter, were naturally the most joyous. For a moment, on the surface, the three sacred grounds looked like they had reached a common understanding, letting bygones be bygones. But as for what was really going on inside, only the people involved would know. Standing atop the city walls of overlooking Abyss City, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. He could see the silhouette of the Luliao Mountains, as well as in another direction, near the Luliao Mountains, dense black fog surging into the skies. Half the sky seemed to have been enveloped by the black fog. Standing by Yan Zhaoge's side, Ahu's expression turned grave, unable to release Orochi, "We are even unable to get close to the outskirts." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, "The main point is actually over at Hell. The sacred grounds have all sent their peak experts over to investigate, their lineup is even more terrifying than here. For our clan, my father personally went over." Ahu also stroked his lower chin in imitation, "With the family head personally going, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The other sacred grounds should also have their peak bigwigs." Yan Zhaoge looked around, "The one who would easily have problems is me. I've now become professional bait, specially used to hook people. Before, it was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, now, it's the Sacred Sun clan's people." Ahu frowned, "Young master, there has been no news of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master all this time, could it be that he has also come to fish in troubled waters this time?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head, "To him, the waters are already too muddy. With the three sacred grounds keeping an eye on this area of the Eastern Tang together, he would not be able to hide at all. As soon as he appeared, he was slapped to death. While Elder Qin has entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Elder Kong has remained outside to wait for the Sacred Sun clan's people." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh, "Young master, the time for you to perform a meritorious deed has arrived once again." Scram! Yan Zhaoge scolded laughingly, "In your eyes, do I completely rely on this kind of method to perform a meritorious deed?" After laughing, Yan Zhaoge asked, "Back to proper business. Has the news been sent out?" Ahu also stopped laughing, answering seriously, "When Elder Qin and the others entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, it was sent out." Yan Zhaoge nodded, looking into the distance as he muttered to himself, "If they want to make a move, it should be this wave. What I'm interested in is, how does Yen Su intend to deal with me? As time passed, the black fog in the distance roiled, its aura seeming to surge to the heavens. After who knew how long, the black fog suddenly shook intensely, and then a dazzling, bright light rose from within it, shooting straight into the horizon. The people in overlooking Abyss City who had been paying attention to the situation all let out a sigh of relief. Although the situation was unclear, the momentum of the black fog was clearly beginning to be gradually brought under control. But very quickly, Yan Zhaoge received another piece of news. The good mood that had arisen from the situation in the Sealing Dragon Abyss being under control had completely vanished upon receiving this news. Chapter 74. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, looking at the black-bearded middle-aged man before him. This black-bearded middle-aged man was Elder Kong, who had come from the sect to assist Elder Qin in the East Heaven continent. Elder Kong had a scholarly appearance and wore a long robe. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. Yan Zhaoge having gotten acquainted with him back at the clan, he knew that this elder always left some leeway in his words. He said that Zhao Shicheng had met with danger in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, but the truth could only be worse. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Kong said simply, Elder Qin and the others are still suppressing the abnormalities within the deep abyss. They require me to rescue King Zhao and bring him out. If that's the case, I won't be able to stay outside to look after you. Are you willing to enter the dragon sealing abyss with me? Yan Zhaoge made a prompt decision, I'll go in with you. Elder Kong nodded his head. Without another word, he immediately set off. On the way, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to understand the whole story. Although the changes in the dragon sealing abyss had yet to completely subside, there would not be any major changes. According to Elder Kong, the source of this large-scale change actually came from the infernal realm. With Yan Di and the other experts taking care of the problem, the incident in the Sealing Dragon Abyss naturally dissipated. Previously, the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng, and the others had laid down the foreshadowing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. When a huge change occurred in the infernal realm, it would trigger a chain reaction in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Having been prematurely exposed by Yan Zhaoge earlier, a portion of Han Sheng's handiwork had already been cleaned up. Today, they would completely cut off their roots. But in the process, something went wrong. Zhao Shicheng guided the power of the formation to assist, suppressing the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss together with Elder Qin and the people of the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Halfway through, the formation became unstable. Under the impact of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the formation's power reversed, causing a large amount of chaotic baleful energy to rush into Zhao Shicheng's body. The power wreaking havoc in the Sealing Dragon Abyss saw this as a loophole, so it retaliated with all its might. The pressure was practically all on Zhao Shicheng alone. Although Elder Qin and the others managed to suppress the rampaging forces in time, Zhao Shicheng was severely injured as a result. What was even more difficult was that a large amount of black mist-like chaotic baleful qi entered his body, causing Zhao Shicheng to fall unconscious. Not only did he lose consciousness, he also found it difficult to move. The chaotic baleful qi was like chains, dragging Zhao Shicheng into the abyss. The accompanying group of Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners could only barely guarantee that Zhao Shicheng would not be swallowed up by the abyss, but they were unable to escort him out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss to receive treatment. When Elder Kong entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the first thing he had to do was to cut off the chaotic baleful qi's attack on Zhao Shicheng and bring him out of a dangerous place like the Sealing Dragon Abyss before attempting to save him. However, halfway there, Yan Zhaoge and Elder Kong were unable to proceed any further. A white-robed, middle-aged woman appeared in front of him. She had a golden ribbon around her waist, and her aura shook the surrounding black fog, causing it to scatter in all directions, not daring to approach. The middle-aged woman laughed coldly as she looked at Elder Kong and Yan Zhaoge. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been quelled. The debt between us should also be properly settled. Does your broad Creed Mountain think that my Sacred Sun clan is easy to bully? Elder Kong's brows furrowed. It was you who tampered with the Eastern Tang's formation, causing an accident? The middle-aged woman flicked her fingernails, raising her eyebrows. Don't spout nonsense. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, as well as the abnormalities in Hell, are major events of the entire Eight Extremities world. Everyone is giving their all. Our Glory sect is no exception. How can we hold you back? As for the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it can only be said that he was unlucky. A cold intent gradually surfaced within the middle-aged woman's eyes. Of course, the greater possibility is that he did not see the bigger picture, making an enemy of our Sacred Sun clan, and thus suffering the wrath of the heavens. Elder Kong's face was as sunken as water. He recognized this woman before him. She was one of the higher echelon elders of the Sacred Sun clan. Although she was not one of the 7 reigning suns, her attainments in cultivation were probably not inferior to the East Rising Lords. Although Elder Kong was not afraid of her, with her obstructing him, it would be very difficult for him to continue advancing. Every moment that passed meant that Zhao Shicheng would be in more danger. And looking at the current situation, the Sacred Sun clan had probably long since planned for this. Without even asking, it was obvious that Elder Qin was definitely being held up by the East Rising Lord. And what was even more worrying was that Zhao Shicheng had fallen into a coma. It was unknown whether he could leave the Sealing Dragon Abyss alive. Outside, Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, whether it was Elder Qin or Elder Kong, if they were outside, Zhao Shilai would not dare to act rashly in the slightest. But if it was just Yen Su, if Zhao Shilai replaced Zhao Shicheng and took control of the Grand Formation, it would be very hard for Yen Su to deal with. Elder Kong, I'll go look for Uncle Zhao, Yen Zhaoge said in a low voice. Elder Kong glanced back at him. Yen Zhaoge nodded, I'll go. Elder Kong frowned slightly, but time waited for no man. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod. He quickly told Yen Zhaoge the location of the Eastern Tang group. Remember the location, be careful. Having consecutively created miracles, Elder Kong more or less had some confidence in Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge didn't waste time on words, immediately bringing Ah Hu along as they continued forward. That middle-aged woman wanted to stop them, but was instead stopped by Elder Kong. Her long, shapely eyebrows rose inwards as she laughed coldly. That must be Yen Di's son. For a mid-outer aura cultivator to defeat the late outer aura Xiao Shen, that is really rare. But don't forget. A genius who dies young is nothing at all. Elder Kong said softly, anyone who dies is but a cup of dirt. Martial scholars, martial grandmasters are all the same. Saying thus, he crossed his palms, executing Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the golden curtain palm of the 8 extreme arts, and attacked his opponent. That middle-aged woman similarly executed the Sacred Sun clan's peak martial arts, clashing with Elder Kong. The battle between the 2 veteran martial grandmasters caused the entire Sealing Dragon Abyss to feel as though it was on the verge of collapse. As Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu walked within the deep canyon, they could feel the tremors not only behind them, but also in other directions. Obviously, with Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord at their head, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan who had entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss had all begun a great battle. With the root of the problem in Hell having been eliminated, the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had been quelled. This time, both sides no longer held back as they fought to their heart's content. Walking within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yen Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth were spinning, as though space could collapse at any moment. Ah Hu's steps were also uneven as he followed closely by Yen Zhaoge's side. Young master, the other side is trying to take drastic measures. After suffering a loss in Jingyang City last time, I'll have to climb back up from where I fell. Yen Zhaoge glared as he laughed coldly. Their appetite is very big. Their goal is not just to kill me or take revenge on the matter of junior apprentice Sister Feng, ruining our clan's face. They want the Eastern Tang, snatching a bridgehead in the East Heaven region, wanting to completely step into the Heaven domain with a single step. Yan Zhaoge let out a light breath. As the monarch of a kingdom, Uncle Zhao taking the risk to come in this time will definitely be very careful about his own safety. Elder Qin specially moved together with him in order to prevent the Sacred Sun clan from taking revenge on Uncle Zhao. But from the looks of it now, it wasn't the East Rising Lord and the others who made a move. The problem lies with the Jinyang Grand Formation. Uncle Zhao is a sentimental person, and is rather lenient towards his subordinates. The Sacred Sun clan's infiltration into the Eastern Tang is even deeper than what our clan knows. As long as a plan is prepared, the longer it is and the more detailed it is, the easier it is for it to be discovered by the opponent. If the Sacred Sun clan had continued to prepare like this, our clan would actually have been easier to detect and guard against. But the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss this time unexpectedly helped them make up for their original deficiencies, allowing them to move ahead of time and facilitate this matter. Chapter 75. Only by truly encountering it like yesterday would one understand, oh, so this phrase would be blocked, and then avoid it. Yesterday's chapter has already been revised, causing inconvenience to everyone. We seek your understanding. Finally, requesting recommendation votes. Thank you everyone. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a group of black-clothed men stood silently, looking at the deep canyon before them which seemed as though it might collapse at any moment. Standing there, these black-clothed men resembled numerous tall mountains. Silent, resolute, precipitous. They were all infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. Occupying the vast territory of the mountain domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens alongside the Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain. Beside this group of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners stood a youth, sharp and unrestrained, arrogant and unruly. It was the Eastern Tang Kingdom's 16th prince, Zhao Hao. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been suppressed, and the black fog is much more stable. Body refinement martial practitioners can also enter. Otherwise, I would have to expend some more effort. Zhao Hao looked at the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner beside him. Elder He, can you determine my father's position? The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner at the head was an old man, who looked old and decrepit. But standing there, he resembled a large mountain standing within the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The old man said mildly, as long as the medicinal powder you provide does not go wrong, it can be found. Zhao Hao nodded, then this matter cannot be delayed, let us set off as soon as possible. I am still only a body refinement martial practitioner now, I cannot compete with Zhao Shilai in Jinyang City. But starting from my father, there is a chance. Elder He said, it all depends on your methods. In order to allow Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan to fight without worry, our clan's first seat elder did not enter the Eastern Tang, but we have already made preparations. As long as you succeed, our clan's reinforcements will immediately follow, entering the Eastern Tang and assisting you in ascending the throne. If you cannot succeed, that is also fine, you can just return to the mountain domain with us. With your talent and methods, you are qualified to enter our Infinite Boundless Mountain. Zhao Hao strode forward first, I will not fail. Sober wielding a killing sword, drunk lying on a beauty's lap, this is life. Elder Yen, it looks like the other party's target is not Yan Zhaoge, but the entire Eastern Tang a martial practitioner said worriedly. Yen Su's expression did not change. Let's head to the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace. We must first ensure that the Jinyang Grand Formation does not fall into chaos. Whatever his private plans were, Yen Su similarly did not wish to see the Sacred Sun clan occupy the Eastern Tang, forcing his Broad Creed Mountain out. While arranging the movements of his subordinates, Yen Su asked, Yan Zhaoge entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss? The subordinate replied, yes, he went in with Elder Kong. Right now, the Dragon Sealing Abyss is in chaos. Ordinary people don't even dare to approach the outskirts. I'm afraid that Elder Qin and Elder Kong are currently in an intense battle with those of the Sacred Sun clan. Yen Su nodded, not saying anything as he thought to himself, the Sacred Sun clan wants to get rid of the Eastern Tang along with Yen Zhaoge. With Elder Qin and Elder Kong being delayed by the East Rising Lord and the other experts, the Sacred Sun clan still has others. Yen Su's gaze was cold, the Eastern Tang will definitely not be given to you. As for Yen Zhaoge, he called over his confidant and ordered, pay close attention to the situation at the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Eastern Tang Capital, Jingyang City, Prince Jin's mansion. Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, stood in the front courtyard of the Prince Jin's mansion, a group of martial practitioners silently standing behind him, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Beside Zhao Shilai was a Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner. Looking at Zhao Shilai, he said slowly, Your Highness Prince Jin, you should be decisive. Zhao Shilai sucked in a deep breath. King Zhao Shicheng's recent movements had completely sided with Broad Creed Mountain, and the situation was gradually becoming clearer. This way, Zhao Shilai's position had become incomparably awkward. He was a martial grandmaster, one of the 3 martial grandmaster experts of the Eastern Tang royal family. Considering the overall strength of the Eastern Tang, whether it was Zhao Shicheng or Zhao Shicheng's successor, neither of them would easily touch him. But if the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan grew more and more intense, then for the sake of the stability of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shilai's position might not necessarily be safe. Zhao Shilai understood his royal brother Zhao Shicheng. That was a person who did not lack decisiveness at crucial moments. Since that was so, he needed to be decisive. Let's go. The core of the formation is within the royal palace. Zhao Shilai strode out first. The Sacred Sun clan would not be able to kill Broad Creed Mountain in one go. Even if they seized the Eastern Tang now, they would still have to face Broad Creed Mountain's subsequent counterattacks. The Eastern Tang Kingdom would definitely become the heart of the struggle between the two sides. But rather than sitting and waiting for death, seeing his own situation getting more and more difficult, he might as well take a gamble. At the end of the day, Zhao Shilai was not willing to always be under someone like this. The Eastern Tang royal family had 3 martial grandmaster experts. Other than King Zhao Shicheng and Prince Jin, there was also their elder, the old king. This old man was of one mind with Zhao Shicheng, and was currently also in charge of watching over the core of the formation. He had already known about the abnormalities in the formation and Zhao Shicheng being injured and trapped, and had calmly sealed off the news. But when the old king saw Zhao Shilai appear, the worst premonition in his heart came true. Shilai, royal uncle, I've offended you. Zhao Shilai did not waste any words upon seeing him, directly making his move. The old king sighed, blocking Zhao Shilai. The martial practitioners under the command of both sides also clashed. Jingyang City's grand formation shook. Looking from the outside, it felt as if a storm was raging. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, black fog pervaded the air. In the depths of the canyon, a ball of light enveloped an area of 300 meters. Within the area covered by the ball of light, there were spirit patterns flashing on the ground. The spirit inscriptions crisscrossed, outlining a huge formation diagram. It looked very similar to the great formation of the Eastern Tang Kingdom in Jingyang City, just that it was much smaller. Outside the range of the array formation, the Sealing Dragon Abyss was in turmoil. The aftershocks of the battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners caused the formation to look like it might collapse at any moment. At the core of the intersecting spirit patterns, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, had fallen unconscious. A huge black pillar of energy extended from his body, and red light flashed within the pillar of energy. The black gas extended far into the distance, clashing against the formation. The other end extended into the abyss below. It was like a ferocious black python biting Zhao Shicheng's body. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by Zhao Shicheng's side surrounded him, doing their best to maintain the formation as they attempted to break apart the black qi and save Zhao Shicheng from danger. At this moment, the formation seemed to have been triggered by something from the sect, and the formation patterns twisted violently. Zhao Shicheng, who was still unconscious, suddenly jolted. Black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty!" Everyone was shocked. Yan Zhaoge dodged the falling boulders above his head from time to time. Breaking through the black qi, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the formation. The first thing he saw was the formation shaking, and Zhao Shicheng vomiting blood. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. As expected, trouble has arisen over at Jingyang City. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived from Broad Creed Mountain, the Eastern Tang martial practitioners all rejoiced. But seeing that it was only Yan Zhaoge and Hu, their faces were instantly filled with disappointment. Wanting to break apart the Black Qi pillar, a martial grandmaster would be needed. Outside the formation, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners also discovered that someone was approaching Zhao Shicheng's side. In an instant, the black fog suddenly dissipated. Where the golden light flickered, it was as though a blazing sun had descended into the endless abyss, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Chapter 76. However, another terrifying saber qi that could cleave through the void swept up the winds and clouds in all directions. It slashed out diagonally and blocked the golden saber qi. Not even looking up, Yan Zhaoge entered the protective formation, directly rushing towards the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng. The heavenly abyss countercurrent art that had been declared lost in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity was executed by Yan Zhaoge. Circulating the vortex reversal flow technique to the maximum, Yan Zhaoge's entire body surging with Auradragon qi. This time, however, it was not like when he was cultivating before, guiding the black mist-like chaotic baleful qi into his body. Instead, it was completely used externally. Yan Zhaoge chopped out with his palm, resembling the brandishing of a large saber, chopping towards that black pillar of qi that was drawing Zhao Shicheng in. As the saber fell, the black pillar of qi twisted violently. It was like a living snake had been slashed by a knife and was writhing in pain. Wherever the saber landed, the black pillar of gas visibly thinned, as if a large gap had been cut open. How did he do it? Everyone from the Eastern Tang Kingdom looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yan Zhaoge didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with them as he brandished his palm like a saber, consecutively chopping towards the same spot several times. The black pillar of energy shook violently and broke apart with a loud bang. One section flew back into the abyss, while the other flowed into Zhao Shicheng's body. Zhao Shicheng's body shook again, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But without the black qi, everyone could finally bring him out of the sealing dragon abyss. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were shocked by Yan Zhaoge's performance, they also knew that now was not the time for nonsense. They hurriedly supported Zhao Shicheng as they retreated out of the sealing dragon abyss. The storm overhead grew even more intense. The Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners began attempting to break through downwards, while the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners unceasingly obstructed them. The East Rising Lord began to act more and more fearlessly. The West Tilting Heaven Burning Blade chopped down several times. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire sealing dragon abyss and bury everyone here. Elder Qin, who had a fiery temperament, was calm and collected at this moment. He did not seek to be meritorious, but he did not seek to make mistakes. He carefully received the East Rising Lord's attacks one by one, ensuring that Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng, and the others were able to retreat. Yan Zhaoge accompanied the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners as they escorted Zhao Shicheng away. The current situation was still extremely disadvantageous to him and Broad Creed Mountain. Zhao Shicheng was heavily injured. Even if he was rescued from the sealing dragon abyss, would he be able to deal with this huge change? Something's wrong. What's this smell? As they walked, Yan Zhaoge suddenly frowned, coming to Zhao Shicheng's side and sniffing him carefully. The pollen of 100 spirit ghost grass. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, normally colorless and odorless, only coming into contact with the chaotic Dao baleful qi of the sealing dragon abyss will give off a smell. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by the side all looked at Yan Zhaoge in a bemused and dazed manner. Yan Zhaoge pinched his temples, infinite boundless mountain indeed also interfered. The tradition of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was to concoct pills and medicines, and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, was one of the top 3 pill masters in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. If even he had not discovered the abnormality in his body, it was no wonder that the other martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not know about it. Of the few sacred grounds, infinite boundless mountains alchemy techniques were on the weaker side, and the 100 spirit ghost grass had never been produced in the mountain domain. Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, other than himself, there was only this person who knew of such obscure medicinal knowledge. Given Zhao Hao's current cultivation, he was naturally unable to smell it from afar. However, he could instruct the martial grandmaster experts of Infinite Boundless Mountain to follow the scent. If the other party really had a martial grandmaster leading them, their speed would be even faster than their own group. In a situation where their movements were exposed, just running would not be enough to outrun them. Capture a fast magical beast, I want it alive. As Yan Zhaoge issued his order, Hu didn't ask for the reason, immediately carrying it out. At this time, Yan Zhaoge also couldn't be bothered to be polite as he directly stripped off Zhao Shicheng's outer robe, tying it onto the magical beast that Hu had captured, before releasing it. We can't stop, continue moving, Yan Zhaoge said. After stripping off his outer robe, Uncle Zhao's body still has the fragrance of the pollen of the 100 spirit ghost grass. If we stop, we'll be exposed. The group continued moving forward, but at this moment, the tremors within the sealing dragon abyss were becoming more and more obvious, as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. His Majesty's situation is getting worse and worse. As they walked, an Eastern Tang martial practitioner said in a heavy tone. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. Going forward to check, he saw that Zhao Shicheng's face was black, as green and red qi intersected unceasingly. Although he was unconscious, the profound art within his body was circulating on its own, resisting the baleful qi invading his body. As the two sides clashed, affected by the vibrations of the outside world, he was in danger of cultivation deviation. Continuing to bring him along at this time would instead hasten his death. There were Eastern Tang Kingdom Xiantian martial scholars who used their aura qi to protect him, but in the environment of the sealing dragon abyss which resembled the end of the heavens and earth, it was hard for them to protect him completely. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Since we can't continue moving, then let's race against time with the opponent. Put down Uncle Zhao, I'll help him treat his injuries. Because of Yan Zhaoge's previous consecutive miraculous performances, as well as the Yan family's relationship with Zhao Shicheng, under such circumstances, the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners chose to trust Yan Zhaoge. Some Xiantian martial scholar experts immediately went forward to help. Yan Zhaoge placed one palm on Zhao Shicheng's chest, the other on his back, beginning to circulate the heavenly abyss reverse flow art, helping Zhao Shicheng clear the chaotic streams of baleful qi within his body. Hu and the others guarded Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng closely. At this moment, Hu's face was filled with seriousness. The gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng contained a hint of worry. Fortunately, as time passed, Zhao Shicheng's condition gradually stabilized. Seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with joy. However, the formation with Zhao Shicheng as its core was currently growing more and more unstable. Clearly, the situation over at Jingyang City was not optimistic. Just at this moment, Hu and the others simultaneously frowned. In the distance, the black fog broke apart, as a group of martial practitioners appeared. The newcomers were all dressed in black, precisely in the attire of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners. The one at their head was a Xiantian martial scholar. Beside him stood a youth. It was, shockingly, Xiao Hao. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shicheng, Xiao Hao's gaze was deep and distant. You can smell the pollen of the 100-spirit ghost grass. Fortunately, after getting closer, even Xiantian martial scholars can barely smell it. Otherwise, they would really have fallen for your cicada-shedding shell. That infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholar said mildly, currently, King Zhao is not simply injured. Rather, the baleful qi of the sealing dragon abyss has entered his body. If he is not treated properly, he might instead end up harming King Zhao's life. Under such circumstances, it is best that martial scholars do not make a move. Our clan's martial grandmaster, Elder He, will arrive in an instant. Letting him treat King Zhao's injuries is the right thing to do. He took a step forward. Saving a person is like putting out a fire, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. Just directly hand him over to us. Xiao Hao did not look at Yan Zhaoge and Hu, instead staring at the other Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners. If we delay the treatment, we might instead end up harming Royal Father's life. Chapter 77. Facing Xiao Hao, the leading Eastern Tang martial practitioner did not cower. 16th Highness, if I remember correctly, His Majesty has ordered you to stay in Jingyang City and not leave without an imperial edict. But why is it here now? Hearing this, Xiao Hao was not angry. He calmly said, naturally, I'm worried about Imperial Father's injury. I'm proficient in medicine and alchemy. You should know that too. That Eastern Tang Grandmaster retorted, so you dared to risk universal condemnation, leaving medicinal powder on His Majesty's body to track him? Xiao Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Don't talk nonsense, I only recognized the smell of the 100-spirit ghost grass pollen, but I don't know how Imperial Father obtained it. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to be entangled in these useless matters. Xiao Hao glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shicheng. Saving Royal Father should be the most important matter, it cannot be delayed. The infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner beside him said in a heavy tone, pardon me. Saying thus, the crowd of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners surrounded the people of the Eastern Tang. Infinite boundless mountains martial practitioners had the advantage in numbers, and were also superior to those of the same cultivation level. Even with the protection of the formation, the Eastern Tang still felt the immense pressure. Zhao Shicheng was unconscious, Jingyang City was in chaos, and the black fog from the sealing dragon abyss was still invading the outside world. At this moment, the array protecting everyone was already rather weak. The two infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars took the lead, stabilizing the formation, while the other infinite boundless mountain martial scholars began squeezing into the formation. The Xiantian martial scholar of the Eastern Tang had originally been assisting Yan Zhaoge in treating Xiao Shicheng. Seeing this, he could only temporarily stop his cultivation and prepare to stand up to face the enemy. But before he could do anything, he heard two loud bangs in his ears. A burly man stood in front of them, one in each hand, directly throwing out two infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners who wanted to enter. Who stood there as if nothing had happened. He looked at the other party and grinned, with my young master here, there's no need for you here. Please go back. Seeing Hu make his move, an infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholar's gaze turned cold. He took a step forward and pushed out with his palm. Wherever his stellar energy went, it became as dense as a mountain range. For a moment, the scenery before everyone's eyes seemed to have completely changed. He was no longer in the sealing dragon abyss, but in the middle of a towering mountain range. The surrounding mountains seemed to be pushed by someone, pressing down on the people in the center. The stellar energy had a spirit of its own. It did not simply condense into the sharpness of the weapon, but instead transformed into an illusory world to suppress the enemy. Only a Xiantian evolved Jing Master, and a middle-stage Xiantian evolved Jing Master at that. Hu grinned. His smile, which had always been simple and honest, now looked extremely ferocious. A long roar rang out, shaking the surroundings. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast had awakened, extremely vicious and vicious. The eyes of the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners blurred as a massive black tiger appeared before them. The tiger roared and the wind howled as a violent tornado spread in all directions. Under the assault of the terrifying storm, that illusory heaven and earth formed of the Orochi of infinite boundless mountains martial scholars, that towering mountain peak, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the rocks shattering. The lofty mountains and precipitous ridges collapsed in front of the black nightmare hurricane. The faces of the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he cursed aloud, Xiantian martial scholar. You are a Xiantian evolved Jing master. Don't you find it embarrassing to be someone else's servant? Even the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang were looking at Ah Hu in shock, feeling that this was inconceivable. The martial scholar realm consisted of inner aura, outer aura, Xiantian, and finally, the heavenly connection stage. Heavenly connection martial scholars were generally making preparations for their breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, rarely appearing in public. Xiantian martial scholars were the peak of martial scholars. In the Eastern Tang, even in the entire East Heaven region, Xiantian martial scholars were a force that could not be underestimated. In sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, the highest cultivation base of the acting elders was only a Xiantian martial scholar, with most of them being in the outer aura martial scholar realm. Within the borders of the Eastern Tang, the leaders of many small sects and families were only Xiantian martial scholars, with most not even reaching that level. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal palace, Xiantian martial scholars could also be considered guest elders. But before their eyes, there was a Xiantian martial scholar, and one who was at least a mid-Xiantian martial scholar expert, constantly at Yan Zhaoga's beck and call, acting as his servant. Not as a guard expert, but as a servant who ran errands all day long. It was just that everyone was momentarily unable to reconcile this fiendish man before them with the image of that big fellow who had followed behind Yan Zhaoga earlier, who had carried some simple and honest features, as well as some slipperiness. The infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner stared at Ah Hu with a livid expression on his face. If you were Yan Wudi's servant, then so be it. But even if he is Yan Wudi's son, how could he make you bend your back to serve him? Where's your dignity, your pride? Ah Hu picked at his ear, flicking his finger as he grinned. I'm happy, what can you do about it? The other leading Xiantian martial scholar of infinite boundless mountain similarly had a sunken expression on his face. I remember now. That year, there was a rumor that Yan Di did not hesitate to travel 10,000 miles to save an old servant of his, even offending the heavenly thunder hall of the Thunder Domain. But that old servant still seemed to have died afterwards, and Yan Di only brought back a child. Ah Hu stopped smiling, his expression solemn. That was my grandfather. I, Huang Huding, was that child. Zhao Hao said coldly, your grandfather was someone's servant. Just to repay a debt of gratitude, you will also be a servant of the Yan family for your entire life? A wretched wretch, you are not fit to be a martial practitioner. Ah Hu chuckled, a little thing like you still dares to talk about being fit or not, I can smack you to death with a single hand. If I were to say it, you are not fit to speak to my young master. You are not even fit to speak to me. Zhao Hao glared, a cold light shooting out from within his eyes, only to hear Ah Hu howl madly. Under the violent shockwaves of his aura chi, Zhao Hao instantly saw stars, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. However high his cultivation base had been in the past, however extraordinary his knowledge, however powerful his inner aura, however powerful his battle prowess had been at the same cultivation level, he was also unable to withstand the great difference in their cultivation bases now, as he was directly suppressed. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. It was not just Zhao Hao. The other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners also felt dizzy, swaying left and right. The two infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars roared in unison, only then did Ah Hu's howl no longer sound so ear-piercing. Their faces livid, no longer in the mood to continue talking nonsense with Ah Hu, they immediately soared into the air, attacking him together. Ah Hu chuckled coldly, like a massive beast choosing its prey to devour. His palms parted, not giving way at all, fighting one against two. The Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were about to step forward to help, but discovered that Ah Hu was holding them all by himself, still handling them with ease. His opponent is not a martial practitioner from an ordinary clan, but someone from the mountain domain's sacred ground, infinite boundless mountain. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners were all dumbfounded, subconsciously swallowing their saliva, somewhat unable to believe it. Those from infinite boundless mountain were even angered to the point of vomiting blood. This is a servant of the Yen family? Just at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly assaulted them. Ah Hu's expression turned solemn, while the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners all revealed joyful expressions. Elder, he is here. Chapter 78. As thanks, I've specially added a chapter for the Dragon God Blazing Fire. Also thanks to all those fellow readers who have voted for this book, collected it, gifted it, thank you all. Therefore, today's third night watch, there's still one more night watch after midnight. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting members to click. Requesting collection. Requesting everyone to continue supporting this book. Thank you. The aura of a martial grandmaster expert suppressed the surrounding area, stirring up the winds and clouds. The hearts of the Eastern Tang martial practitioners instantly sunk to the very bottom. Such an opponent, even all of them added together would be unable to stand against him. The figure of infinite boundless mountain's elder he appeared, his gaze falling on Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng. Before he had even opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The originally unconscious king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, actually suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Just like that, the gazes of the two clashed in midair. Zhao Shicheng said mildly, Elder He, thank you for your personal visit. As he said this, he sat on the ground, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. With the ground beneath Zhao Shicheng as their center, the originally dim, broken spirit patterns suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance, expanding towards the surroundings. The power of the formation, at this moment, rapidly increased. From its originally weak state, it became strong once more. The powerful force directly jolted the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, led by Elder He, into retreat, forced out of the formation. How could he have recovered so quickly? Elder He swiveled his head to look at the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. The two leading Xiantian martial scholars shook their heads bitterly, their expressions filled with disbelief. They said in a low tone, when we caught up, his injuries were very severe, he was just a breath more than a dead person. He really shouldn't have been able to recover in such a short period of time. This is like seeing a living ghost. Zhao Hao wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Yan Zhaoge beside Zhao Shicheng, his hands still on Zhao Shicheng's chest and back. Such a fast speed, how exactly was he able to do it? Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, fresh blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his alchemy and medical skills were unparalleled in this world. Other than a few people, there was no one else who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, to let Zhao Shicheng recover in such a short period of time, he was also unable to do it. Zhao Hao had seen Zhao Shicheng's initial appearance and knew how serious his injuries were. But now, he could actually regain his senses and activate the formation again. This was completely beyond his expectations. Zhao Hao took a deep breath. It's not just the golden needle liberating pill technique. He has extremely high attainments in the field of alchemy and medicine. Elder He's gaze similarly fell on Yan Zhaoge. The broad-creed young master is not a dragon amongst men, but a dragon amongst dragons. The rumors were actually true. Let alone the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain, even the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners had been shocked. Someone's heart was beating like a drum. Could it be a technique that stimulates his potential and forcibly awakens his majesty temporarily? Could it be that his injuries will worsen afterwards and he might even become a dragon in the sky? Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? Feeling the worried gazes of the surrounding people, Yan Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes. I say, don't look down on librarians. Zhao Shiqing nodded towards Yan Zhaoge, before directly standing up. This emperor was suddenly affected by a minor illness. It is no longer a major problem now. I thank Elder He for personally rushing over to pay a visit. This place in the Ceiling Dragon Abyss is not a suitable place to talk. After everyone has left, this emperor will hold a banquet in Jingyang City's royal palace to entertain Elder He and the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Looking at Zhao Shiqing, Elder He frowned. He did not believe that Zhao Shiqing had already completely recovered from such heavy injuries. However, he really could not be sure how much of his strength Zhao Shiqing currently had left. How much of the power of the Jingyang City Grand Formation could still be drawn upon by Zhao Shiqing was also an unknown. If Zhao Shiqing was at his peak condition, with the assistance of the Grand Formation, Elder He admitted that he would not be his match. Zhao Hao's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Zhao Shiqing, however, did not even glance at Zhao Hao. Back when he had helped Broad Creed Mountain force the Sacred Sun clan into retreat in Jingyang City, Zhao Hao had completely lost all hope in him. And now that Zhao Hao had appeared here alongside those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Zhao Shiqing had also completely lost all hope in him. Looking at Elder He, Zhao Shiqing said calmly, "This is not a place to talk. This emperor will take his leave first. Please do as you please, Elder He." Saying thus, he extended his palms horizontally forward, then pressed down towards the air below. As the spirit patterns of the formation shook, the air currents surged, sweeping up Yan Zhaoge, Hu, and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners with Zhao Shiqing at their center, rising towards the outside of the Ceiling Dragon Abyss. Elder He's face was sunken. He was really unwilling to give up just like this. Although he was no longer completely confident, he did not hesitate and waste time, instead immediately moving to obstruct Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing, and the others. However, at this moment, intense tremors suddenly resounded from the distance. A sharp saber chi arrived, slicing through the air, the canyon of the Ceiling Dragon Abyss seemingly about to break apart. It's Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder and the Sacred Sun Clan's East Rising Lord. They've rushed over. A majestic saber chi shot through the air, cutting off the path of those of Infinite Boundless Mountain. A golden saber light lit up, clashing with that majestic saber chi once more. However, the chance for those of Infinite Boundless Mountain to pursue Yan Zhaoge and the others had already passed, and they would not be able to catch up. Elder He's expression darkened. The opportunity has already passed. We will not be able to grasp the upcoming situation. Let's go. Contact our clan's first seat elder, before deciding whether to advance or retreat. He looked at Zhao Hao. If you continue to remain in the Eastern Tang, it will be hard for you to achieve much in the future. Zhao Hao remained silent. Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing, and the others had also felt the approach of Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord just now. Not only that, Elder Kong and that female martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan had long since battled from within the Ceiling Dragon Abyss to outside the abyss. Their battle swept through a radius of several hundred li, turning the heavens and the earth upside down along the way. Uncle, the chaotic killing intent in your body has not been completely removed. Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhao Shiqing. The situation over at Jingyang City, how confident are you? Zhao Shiqing's expression was slightly pale. He concentrated and sensed carefully. After a while, he said slowly, Shilai has already attacked the palace. With the help of the Sacred Sun clan, Royal Uncle won't be able to stop him. Half of the control over the Grand Formation has already been wrested away by him. I am not in the palace now. It will be difficult for me to regain control. Zhao Shiqing chopped out horizontally with his palm, the air currents surging as he brought Yan Zhaoge and the others down to the ground. His body's condition was worrisome, and he needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming battle. Luckily, the Eastern Tang had relay stations throughout its territory, so they didn't have to worry about traveling by land. If we rush back to Jingyang City now, we might not make it in time. Zhao Shilia's advantage will only grow greater and greater, Yan Zhaoge said. Uncle, I have an idea that we might be able to try. Zhao Shiqing swiveled his head to look at him. Oh. What idea does Zhaoge have? Yan Zhaoge said, our clan's Spirit Wind Canyon is not far from overlooking Abyss City, and is also very close to the Sealing Dragon Abyss. There is a certain amount of resources stored there, we can try to set up a reversal formation. Zhao Shiqing's gaze lit up. A reversal formation is not easy to set up. Zhaoge says that there is a way to do it quickly. Yan Zhaoge said, I have a formation diagram on hand, we can gamble on it. While it is a gamble, the chances are higher than returning to Jingyang City. Hearing his words, Zhao Shiqing was moved, but he asked via sound transmission, if it's the Spirit Wind Canyon, the Cloud Veins Stone Mine. Yan Zhaoge similarly replied via sound transmission, the battle has already begun. With Elder Su Chuan's ability and experience, he should have already made arrangements, there is no need to worry about the secret being leaked. The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain have been obstructed by Elder Qin, but they are outside of the Eastern Tang. In the territory of the mountain domain, there will definitely be a large number of troops waiting for news, accumulating power and preparing to move. The Sacred Sun clan is also on the move. Zhao Shilia's invasion of Jingyang City is like fire. Chapter 79. Zhao Shiqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, your formation diagram. Can this king take a look? As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge had already taken out a piece of silk. Where his Orochi passed, the silk did not tear, but some traces were left behind. With a shwa-shwa sound, a complex, profound formation diagram appeared in front of Zhao Shiqing. Zhao Shiqing carefully examined it, comparing it with his knowledge of formations, and instantly felt enlightened. This method can work. Zhao Shiqing said, but to set up the formation, it still depends on whether there are sufficient resources. Yan Zhaoge said, the Spirit Wind Canyon has accumulated a lot of resources, if there is a shortage, we can try transferring them from the nearby overlooking Abyss City. The things needed to set up the formation would naturally be lacking in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Even if it wasn't lacking, in front of the people of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it had to be lacking. If it wasn't a last-minute preparation, it would be arranged tomorrow morning. Would these arrangements only be for the Sacred Sun clan? After all, this reverse formation diagram could shake the Jingyang Grand Formation. Even if Zhao Shiqing had no such thoughts, the other experts of the Eastern Tang Kingdom might also have some misgivings. Having made up their minds, the group immediately hurried towards the Spirit Wind Canyon, receiving news on the way. Other than Jingyang City, the rest of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had not fallen into complete chaos. However, all of Broad Creed Mountain's properties in the Eastern Tang Kingdom had been threatened by the Sacred Sun clan. Outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, there were already people besieging it. Yan Zhaoge's group quickly swept away the obstacles. Having already received the news, the acting elder Su Chuan immediately came out to welcome Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing in. He was currently the acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon was much more important than before, and its defenses were also much stronger. Elder Su, according to the list I gave you, quickly prepare these things. List out what you're lacking. Yan Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries after seeing him. Su Chuan also knew his priorities. He calmly received the list from Yan Zhaoge and quickly gathered the resources, then reported back the things that were lacking. These things, overlooking Abyss City has them all. Su Chuan said quickly, we don't know if our clan's treasury has fallen, but even if it's not in our clan, other places in overlooking Abyss City definitely have it. Whether it's the sacred Sun clan or infinite boundless mountains treasury, it's definitely not lacking. Receiving the list from Su Chuan's hands, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Ah Hu, the situation is urgent. Make a trip, be careful. Zhao Shicheng and Yan Zhaoge both had to remain behind to set up the formation. Of the others, only Ah Hu was the strongest. Ah Hu smiled honestly. Don't worry, young master. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned around and left the Spirit Wind Canyon, heading straight for overlooking Abyss City. Zhao Shicheng looked at Ah Hu's departing figure, while Yan Di did not pass on to him Broad Creed Mountain secret martial arts, whether it is the Black Nightmare Godly Wind or the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, they are both peak martial arts. A warm look surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. That year, father actually wanted to take Ah Hu in as a disciple, but Ah Hu himself refused. That's why my father taught Ah Hu the unique skills of the Holy Land of Wind, which had been destroyed many years ago. All these years, Yan Di had actually viewed Ah Hu more as a disciple, while the original owner of Yan Zhaoge's body had actually been both a servant and a friend to Ah Hu. After coming to this world, Yan Zhaoge had interacted with this burly man, and had often not treated him as a servant or follower. The two of them had often teased each other, feeling relaxed and happy. Compared to some people whom he had never even seen face to face or spoken to, only existing in the memories of his body's original owner, Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Ah Hu had gradually deepened, and he was actually quite close to his body's original owner. If not for the fact that Ah Hu, who seemed to have no respect for his elders, actually insisted on following some rules, he could practically be considered Yan Zhaoge's first friend after coming to this world. As he spoke with Zhao Shicheng, Yan Zhaoge began assisting him in setting up a brand new formation within the Spirit Wind Canyon. From a rough look, this formation was similar to the Eastern Tang Kingdom's Jinyang Grand Formation. However, looking closely at the spirit patterns of the formation, they all seemed to be the same, while at the same time being different, being the complete opposite of the true Jinyang Grand Formation. It was just like the reflection of a mirror. The formation gradually took shape, already lighting up with a spiritual light. Numerous spirit patterns extended in all directions, gradually enveloping the entire Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Shicheng sat at the core of the formation, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. Guided by him, the spiritual light on the spirit patterns of the Jinyang Grand Formation also began to grow more and more dazzling. However, the spiritual light kept flickering, appearing very unstable. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was due to Prince Jin, Zhao Shilie's rebellion in Jinyang City. Zhao Shicheng's expression didn't change as he calmly sat upright, guiding the power of the Great Array. At the same time, he was also adapting to controlling the reverse array's power within the spiritual wind canyon, merging it with his own Great Array. As his eyes flickered, a golden light gradually appeared on his dragon robe. The golden light was like scales, as if Zhao Shicheng was wearing a dragon scale armor. It was the #1 treasure of the Eastern Tang, the mid-grade spirit artifact, the golden scale dragon scale armor. Normally, it wouldn't show itself, hiding within Zhao Shicheng's body. When needed, it would turn into an armor of light and attach itself to his body. In the dragon sealing abyss, it was all thanks to the protection of this powerful mid-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, when the Great Formation had suddenly reversed and the strange energy of the dragon sealing abyss had rebounded, it was unknown whether Zhao Shicheng would have been able to survive. Forming a sword seal with his left hand, Yan Zhaoge guided with his right hand, a jade light shot straight into the horizon before landing in front of Zhao Shicheng in the center of the formation. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's accompanying spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword. Zhao Shicheng flicked his finger on the blade of the sword, and a dragon's roar rang out. The Jade Dragon Sword hovered in mid-air, possessing its own spirituality as it did not descend. Light circulated on the surface of the sword's blade, as the faint silhouette of a dragon could be vaguely seen swimming about. Within the golden scale dragon scale armor on Zhao Shiqing's body, the silhouette of a golden dragon similarly flashed, also letting out a mighty dragon's roar. The golden scale dragon scale armor guarded the grand formation controlled by Zhao Shiqing, while the jade dragon sword guarded the reversal formation within the spirit wind canyon. The two dragons shone, the two formations moving side by side, their auras growing stronger and stronger. But just at this moment, the broad Creed Mountain and Eastern Tang martial practitioners within the valley all frowned slightly. A powerful aura surged outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, pressuring towards it. A golden sun rose from the mountain range at the mouth of the valley, its terrifying aura pressing towards the formation within the valley. Sacred Sun Clan. Martial Grandmaster. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. While the newcomer's cultivation was inferior to Zhao Shiqing, Yan Su, and the others, he was still a true martial grandmaster. Zhao Shiqing's face was calm as he clenched his fist and punched upwards. Guided by the formation, his power struck towards that golden sun. As the two forces clashed, a dazzling light instantly erupted, so bright that it was hard for people to look straight at it. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing's injuries had still not fully recovered, and the power of the formation was still contending with Jing Yang's side. That martial grandmaster was blocked by him, unable to enter, but Zhao Shiqing and the power of the formation were also instantly restrained. Under the restraint of that Sacred Sun Clan martial grandmaster, a gap instantly appeared in the defensive formation. Figures flickered about in the surroundings of the valley as a group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners rushed in. Many of them had terrifying auras. As they moved, it was as though the very air around them was shaking. The hearts of the people within the Spirit Wind Canyon all sunk, so many Xiantian martial grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw that one of them was dressed in a white robe, with a face full of beard and a gaze as venomous as a snake's. It was precisely Shaoshan. As Shaoshan entered the valley, his gaze swept about, his attention also instantly focused on Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 80. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Shaoshan, then ignored him. Coming faster than expected, it's not just the Eastern Tang Kingdom's problem. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Yan Su, there were many experts of the Sacred Sun Clan, and Yan Zhaoge himself having to help Zhao Shiqing maintain the formation, he immediately called out, Elder Su. I understand. In front of serious business, Su Chuan did not have the sly flattery he had in private. He led the broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners under his command, immediately meeting the invading Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners accompanying Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing also went forward to meet the incoming enemy. The invading martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan had gathered a considerable number of elites, their experts numerous. Because the Cloud Vein stones could be used to excavate jade essence, while Broad Creed Mountain did not make a big show of it in order to keep it a secret, the Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive strength had increased greatly in secret. If not for this, it was likely that the Sacred Sun Clan would have broken through in an instant. Even so, with so many martial scholar experts of the Sacred Sun Clan attacking together, the pressure on the Spirit Wind Canyon also increased greatly. Su Chuan and the Xiantian martial scholar experts of the Eastern Tang charged forward together, keeping their opponents at bay. Both sides fell into a stalemate for a time. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun Clan who had been obstructed outside the valley attacked like the tide, unceasingly attacking the Spirit Wind Canyon and Zhao Shiqing. Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing both had stern expressions on their faces. This was because as they dealt with the attack before them, they were once again at a disadvantage in the battle over at Jingyang City. With the two battlefields fighting at the same time, Zhao Shiqing felt a lot more pressure. Before the reversal array was completely set up, Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, continued to exert his strength over Jingyang City. The control of the Jingyang Grand Array began to gradually slip from his hands. As time went by, the formation energy that Zhao Shiqing had gathered over at the Spirit Wind Canyon also began to show signs of exhaustion. The enemy martial grandmasters were the most sensitive to this. He let out a long roar. Zhao Shicheng, you stubbornly insisted on going against the sacred sect. This is your fate. You are too ignorant, unable to clearly see the general situation of the world. Broad Creed Mountain has long since fallen, while my sacred Sun clan is like the midday sun. Your younger brother Zhao Shilai is much smarter than you. For the sake of the Eastern Tang, it is better for him to sit on the throne. As he spoke, he clasped his palms together and pushed them forward. One of the 7 great sun arts, heaven striking palm. The sun hung high in the sky. Fighting head-on, relying on strength, the sacred Sun clan displayed the wild, violent side of their martial arts to the point of perfection. Using power to oppress others, using strength to oppress others. The higher a martial artist's cultivation base was, the more they could unleash the power of this martial art. At this moment, the striking heaven god palm displayed by this great grandmaster was much more powerful than the grandmaster realm Chao Yuan Long. Everyone at the scene could only feel a golden brilliance in front of their eyes, and it was blazing hot. The group of evolved Jing martial artists felt as though their stellar energy was about to be ignited by this palm strike. Zhao Shicheng's expression was solemn, and his face was slightly dark. Green and red qi alternated on his face again. The chaotic baleful energy within Zhao Shicheng's body that had yet to be completely purged continued to wreak havoc. Now that he was exchanging blows with someone, under the pressure, the chaos caused by the baleful aura was getting stronger and stronger. He took a deep breath and punched again. The golden dragon scale armor on his body flashed with light, and a dragon's roar echoed out. That sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster let out a low roar, a purple gold radiance lighting up on his right arm. It was a wristband. This wristband was made entirely of pure gold, with 9 purple crystals flickering with a brilliant luster, its aura soaring to the heavens. It was shockingly also a spirit artifact. As the two sides collided, Zhao Shicheng's and his enemy's bodies both shook. The formation shook once more. Over at Jingyang City, Zhao Shilia's advantage was even greater. As a result, the power of the formation that Zhao Shicheng could wield fell once more. The sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster was unforgiving, continuously striking out with the striking heaven god palm, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly, as though it was about to shatter. Under the illumination of the brilliant sun, the spirit patterns of the formation all seemed to dim. Zhao Shicheng had no choice but to shrink his defensive perimeter. However, this way, the enemy's attacks began to affect the defenses of the Spirit Wind Canyon. With the help of this martial grandmaster, the group of sacred Sun clan martial practitioners pressed forward step by step. Shaoxin's gaze pierced through the crowd, staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. A Xiantian martial scholar beside him formed a sword seal with his left hand, his right hand abruptly slapping the sword box on his back. A sword light lit up, piercing through the horizon, resembling the rising sun, the morning sun breaking through the dawn. One of the 7 great sun arts, the divine sword of dawn. Low-grade spirit artifact, the flowing fire sword. The sword light shocked the heavens, resembling the first glimmer of dawn, until the sun rose in the east, then the red sun in the sky, all the way until the sun set in the west. This one sword represented the rising and setting of the sun, from start to finish. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge chopped out with his palm, the radiant sun wheel flying out. Seeing the radiant sun wheel, the movements of all the sacred Sun clan martial practitioners paused for a moment, but their following attacks became even fiercer. Shaoxin stared fixedly at the radiant sun wheel, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Letting out a piercing howl, he abruptly raised his palm. A pattern of spirit light flickered on his palm, resembling a sun's crown. The radiant sun wheel in the air instantly slowed slightly. TSK. Indeed so. Yan Zhaoge frowned, a pity that I have to use the Jade Dragon sword to set up the reversal formation. Otherwise, I could just change it. As the radiant sun will slowed in the air, that sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner wielded the flowing fire sword, descending towards the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive formation had been suppressed by the enemy martial grandmaster, and now that it had suffered a blow from the flowing fire sword, a crack was finally torn open. The group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners immediately rushed in. Xiaoshen swiveled his head to look at that Xiantian martial scholar. Elder Liang, help me out. That Xiantian martial scholar nodded, and once again used the divine sword of dawn. The flowing fire sword transformed into a streak of red light, entangling the radiant sun wheel in midair. Yan Zhaoge coldly watched this scene from the side, but his figure had already shot to Zhao Shiqing's side. Grabbing the jade dragon sword, Yan Zhaoge formed a sword seal, the spirit patterns of the reversal formation flickering. The situation on Zhao Shiqing's side stabilized somewhat. Xiaoshen flew forward, once again extending his hand to grab the radiant sun wheel. The radiant sun wheel shook intensely, the sun's crown pattern on Xiaoshen's palm also shining with a radiance. The radiant sun wheel's shaking began to gradually subside. Xiaoshen closed his eyes. Within the darkness, sunlight seemed to gradually light up. Feeling that he was currently re-establishing a connection with the radiant sun wheel, having regained his lost spirit artifact, Xiaoshen couldn't help but feel incomparably comfortable, as all the pores on his body seemed to open up at the same time. He began to sever the connection between Yan Zhaoge and the radiant sun wheel. Xiaoshen opened his eyes, a cold light flickering within them as he stared at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge, you are a character. But the more outstanding you are, the greater the threat you will pose to my sacred Sun Clan in the future. I have to admit that the humiliation you have given me is something that I am currently powerless to wash away with my own hands. But if I want to pinch you to death, there are plenty of people who can do it. The group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners clashed with Su Chuan and the others. However, the Sacred Sun Clan had more experts, and without the assistance of the Spirit Wind Canyon's formation, Su Chuan and the others fell into a disadvantageous position. The Sacred Sun Clan sent out a Xiantian martial scholar, who walked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge looked straight at him. Chapter 81. Yan Zhaoge looked at that Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun Clan, who was approaching step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar and quickly approached them. Whose entire body surged with aura chi, resembling a black tornado as he blocked before Yan Zhaoge. Young master, I'm back. Saying so, Who took off the massive luggage on his back and threw it in front of Yan Zhaoge. Then, he strode out, arriving before that Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner. Without saying a word, Who crossed his claws, and a violent black storm engulfed the sky and earth. That Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner also roared furiously, his aura chi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth, a brilliant sun illuminating the area. The golden sunlight and the black hurricane instantly collided. Who grinned hideously. His tall figure was like a ghost's shadow, shrill and erratic. A ferocious black tiger pounced out of the hurricane, ready to devour its prey. Whose figure suddenly crouched, and then with a leap, he had already torn apart the great golden sun, his claws grabbing at his opponent's throat and abdomen. Wherever the ghost tiger divine claw passed, the air was torn apart like a rag. The black hurricane transformed into the head of a ferocious tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour the enemy. The Xiantian martial scholar who was controlling the streaming fire sword had a solemn expression on his face. He temporarily abandoned the radiant sun wheel and drove the streaming fire sword towards Ahu. A brilliant light shone on Ahu's body, and a black light armor appeared, blocking the streaming fire sword's attack. He roared and extended a claw to block his opponent's divine sword of dawn. The first enemy who fought with him hurriedly used the great rising sun technique to retreat. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The flowing fire sword and Ahu's black nightmare armor were locked in a stalemate. The two great Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan roared in unison, following which strong winds shocked the heavens as an illusory heaven and earth enveloped the surrounding area. It was said that there could not be two suns in the sky, but now there were two suns in front of Ahu. One sun was like the sun in the middle of the sky, hanging high above their heads, while the other sun was rising at dawn, the first light of dawn appearing. Ahu was not afraid at all. His entire body erupted with gang energy, and he leaped forward like a tiger. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. As he roared, a black hurricane swept through the sky, sending sand and pebbles flying. It was terrifying beyond compare. Yan Zhaoge received the bag that Ahu had thrown over, quickly retrieving various rare treasures from within. Where his Orochi passed, Yan Zhaoge waved a hand, numerous items flying within the reversal formation. Yan Zhaoge flicked his fingers repeatedly, the numerous spirit patterns within the reversal formation growing more and more dazzling as they all linked up and rapidly reached completion. Those of the Sacred Sun clan also recognized the profundities of the reversal formation, but had completely not thought that it would actually be set up so quickly. The great grandmaster had always wanted to break through Zhao Shiqing's defensive line and destroy the reversal formation first, but Zhao Shiqing had firmly blocked him, making it hard for him to succeed. At this moment, seeing that the reversal formation was completely established, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ha! With a low roar, Yan Zhaoge flicked his hand, causing the jade dragon sword to rise into the air. Then, he stretched out his palms and pressed them down in the air. The reversal array within the Spirit Wind Canyon had completely taken shape. With a loud rumble, it activated and merged with the great array that Zhao Shiqing was connected to. A violent and strange red light suddenly flashed on the spirit pattern of the Grand Formation. A red light flashed. Far away in Jinyang City, within the palace, Zhao Shilai, who was drawing upon the power of the Grand Array, felt his body shake violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Zhaoge said anxiously, "Uncle, now." Not saying a word, Zhao Shiqing stood within the formation, entering a fist stance. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that, amidst the light and shadow above his head, a spirit tree could vaguely be seen swaying in the wind, towering to the heavens. The power of the golden-scaled dragon-scale armor was also fully activated. As Zhao Shiqing punched out, the power of the Grand Formation suddenly increased. The martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan who had originally held the upper hand, revealed a shocked expression on his face as he was instantly forced into retreat. Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Shen and the others were all shocked, not having thought that Yan Zhaoge's side would actually be able to make a comeback despite having the upper hand. Even if the reversal formation was combined with the original Grand Formation, there shouldn't be such an instant, powerful effect. Zhao Shiqing was heavily injured, while Zhao Shilai also held the advantage of Jinyang City. In the end, in the struggle for control of the Jinyang City Grand Formation, it had actually been Zhao Shiqing who had turned defeat into victory. A golden saber light lit up in the distance. Another Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun clan forced his opponent into retreat, before directly chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with a west-tilting heaven incinerating saber. However, not waiting for him to approach, Ahu let out an enraged howl. His left hand's ghost tiger divine claw did not change, while his right hand retracted its claws and switched to a fist. This was actually a martial art that Yan Zhaoge had privately imparted to Ahu. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Tiger Roar demonic fist. Ahu went completely berserk, punching and clawing as he stood in the way of the 3 Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan. The roar of a tiger resounded throughout the entire Spirit Wind Canyon, causing Su Chuan and the others who were watching to be secretly shocked. Seeing this, Xiaoshen's expression turned sinister, not even bothering to continue collecting the radiant sun wheel. A good dog doesn't block the way. Xiao Shen looked at Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu with a venomous gaze. Since you are so loyal in protecting your master, I'll slaughter you, this dog slave, as well. Hearing Xiao Shen's sinister tone, Yan Zhaoge looked over. He saw Xiao Shen suddenly take out a cylindrical object from within his bosom. One end was held in his hand, while the other was aimed at Ah Hu. Yan Zhaoge roared loudly, "Ah Hu, dodge! It's Sun Rain." Hearing his words, Ah Hu seemed to hesitate slightly. However, in the end, his tall frame still did not dodge. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyebrows. If Ah Hu dodged, Xiao Shen's Sun Rain would be directly aimed at him, Yan Zhaoge. Therefore, Hu did not dodge. The next moment, the cylinder in Xiao Shen's hand suddenly erupted with incomparably dazzling golden light. Innumerable golden needles resembled sunlight illuminating the heavens and the earth, also resembling a torrential downpour, tightly packed. An innumerable number of divine sun needles transformed into a dense stream of light, shooting towards Ah Hu. Sun Rain, the sacred Sun clan's direct lineage secret weapon, specialized in breaking through the aura chi of martial scholars. Anyone below the level of a martial grandmaster would find it hard to survive a direct frontal attack. Even the 3 Xiantian martial scholars of the sacred Sun clan hurriedly dodged to the side. Ah Hu's gaze seemed to be ablaze as he howled madly, his aura chi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth. A black hurricane swept in all directions with the momentum of a tiger crouching and a whale swallowing. The black nightmare armor lit up as Ah Hu defended with all his might. Sharp, concentrated sounds of collisions resounded incessantly, as Ah Hu's entire body was covered with thousands upon thousands of golden divine sun needles. On the other side, Zhao Shiqing let out a long howl towards the heavens, his palms pushing outwards. The control over the grand formation was completely wrested back by Zhao Shiqing. Although Zhao Shiqing himself was heavily injured, with the support of the grand formation, his strength was instantly extraordinary. He first activated the grand formation, sending a shockwave reverberating through the faraway Jingyang city, causing the Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, who had yet to regain his wits, to spurt out fresh blood. Then, with a palm, he struck out towards the martial grandmaster expert of the sacred Sun clan before him, causing him to vomit blood as he retreated. Under the rapid expansion of the Grand Formation's power, all the sacred Sun clan martial practitioners within the formation were forced to retreat. Yan Zhaoge rushed out, supporting Ah Hu, handing him over to Su Chuan and the others who had caught up. Swiveling his head, he saw Xiao Shen also hurriedly retreating. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded like thunder as he roared in rage, "Xiao Shen, where do you think you're going?" His body leaping, Yan Zhaoge instantly lunged before Xiao Shen, resembling a ferocious tiger released from its cage. Chapter 82. Yan Zhaoge resembled a ferocious tiger, roaring as he arrived before Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen hurriedly retreated, rising into the air, wanting to pull apart the distance between him and Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively as he also flew into the air. With a few steps, he trampled the air. Within the acupoints of his entire body, the coiled ice and flame dragons let out long roars together. Streams of icy mist and fiery light arose from Yan Zhaoge's body, combining with his aura chi. With ice and fire intermingling, he resembled a divinity. His fist roared like a tiger, his chi like the roar of a dragon. Big Dipper true martial divinity, the power of the door of blood's Shangxiu acupoint erupted. With a single punch, Yan Zhaoge directly broke through Xiao Shen's defensive sunset thousand illusory palms. Xiao Shen was greatly shocked as he hurriedly executed the leap of the rising sun east, traversing the heavens to evade. Duo! With a loud roar, Yan Zhaoge's back abruptly straightened, as though a divine dragon had suddenly stretched its body. This exertion of force had merged within the coiling dragon's sleeve, the transformation of the cloud-rising dragon. The cloud dragon spanning 10,000 li, soared in an instant. Just as Xiaoshen's body was about to move, Yan Zhaoge's speed was even faster than his, as he brazenly attacked. His tightly clenched fists spread apart, his fingers forming hooks as he grabbed onto Xiaoshen's arms. The two's figures instantly froze in midair. Yan Zhaoge's leg flew up, directly kicking towards Xiaoshen's chest. At the same time, his two hands exerted force, streams of ice dragon chi and flame dragon chi twisting and coiling, exerting force. The powerful force formed the momentum of distorting mountains and rivers, acting on Xiaoshen's arms. His kick sent Xiaoshen flying backwards, but his two hands still firmly grabbed onto Xiaoshen's arms, not letting go. One kick, one pull, the two diametrically opposed forces instantly twisted Xiaoshen's body like a tattered rag. Pang! With a muffled sound, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. An all-encompassing rain of blood erupted from where the two were in mid-air, exploding outwards in all directions. With a low roar, Yan Zhaoge forcibly ripped Xiaoshen's arms off from his torso. Xiaoshen let out a piercing howl. Yan Zhaoge, you actually dare. Yan Zhaoge threw away Xiaoshen's two severed arms and stepped into the air, catching up to Xiaoshen who had been sent flying with his kick with a single step. Those who are about to die, don't talk so much nonsense. The surrounding Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners had been forced into retreat by Zhao Shicheng and the power of the Grand Formation, unable to rush to his aid in time. At this moment, they all roared furiously in unison. Xiaoshen's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding. Yan Zhaoge, don't be complacent. Even if you kill me, you are destined to be buried with me. I'll wait for you down there. Yan Zhaoge pretended not to hear him as he struck out with his claw, directly piercing through Xiaoshen's chest. With his other hand, he spread open his fingers, filling Xiaoshen's field of vision and enveloping the top of his head. Grabbing onto Xiaoshen's head, Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly, I'm so scared ah. As he spoke, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and lifted upwards. Violent physical strength and vigorous and fierce stellar energy erupted at the same time. A rain of blood erupted once more as Yan Zhaoge snapped Xiaoshen's neck, ripping it off with a single grab. Xiaoshen's eyes were wide open as he died with a remaining grievance. The entire Spirit Wind Canyon suddenly became silent for a moment. Everyone stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, holding Xiaoshen's severed head in his hands as he stood in midair. Yan Zhaoge. The next moment, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners let out enraged roars in unison. With that martial grandmaster at their head, they all rushed towards Yan Zhaoge. Within the canyon, Zhao Shicheng's expression was calm as he clenched his left hand into a fist and straightened his right palm, striking out in unison. Numerous golden dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their scales pulsing as the roars of dragons shocked the heavens, as though true dragons had descended into this world. The Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were forced into retreat by Zhao Shicheng who had drawn upon the power of the Grand Formation, unable to approach the Spirit Wind Canyon at all. Su Chuan and the other martial scholars of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom even began to switch from defense to offense. Retreat! That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan let out a depressed roar, having no choice but to lead his people in retreating. Blood leaked from the corner of Zhao Shicheng's mouth, his face flickering alternately between green and red. As he retracted his fist, the others also ceased their pursuit. Carrying Xiaoshen's head, Yan Zhaoge descended to the ground, returning to Ah Hu's side. Ah Hu sat in the meditative position on the ground, the glow of the black nightmare armor on his body dim. On the black armor of light, it was filled with densely packed golden needles. All of the golden needles had pierced deeply into the armor of light. Ah Hu's face was a little ashen. Luckily, his accompanying spirit artifact, the Black Nightmare Armor, was a defensive artifact, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, while he had been entangled with the 3 Xiantian martial scholars just now, if he had been ambushed by Xiaoshen's sun rain, he would have died without a doubt. Even though the black nightmare armor had blocked the divine sun needles that were as dense as rain, Ahu's body had also been injured by the force of the needles. Although the divine sun needles had not directly pierced into his body, Ahu seemed to have suffered thousands of heavy blows in that instant. Yan Zhaoge came behind Ahu, placing a palm on his back, helping him to regulate his condition. The others were all looking at Yan Zhaoge with complex expressions on their faces. Although Xiaoshen had also been a killer, and Yan Zhaoge had killed him, he had deserved to die. However, having really seen Yan Zhaoge kill Xiaoshen, everyone's minds were still a little dazed. Especially when it had been done in such a violent and vicious manner. Previously, when Yan Zhaoge and Xiaoshen had clashed, no matter how badly Yan Zhaoge had beaten the other party, it could still be said that it had been an exchange of pointers, with Xiaoshen being inferior. However, both sides were elites among the younger generation disciples of their respective sections. They were seedlings with potential that they focused on nurturing. Deciding the victor through sparring and killing each other were two completely different things. What's more, Xiaoshen's maternal grandfather was one of the Sacred Sun clan's top bigwigs. As Xiaoshen had said, the Sacred Sun clan would definitely not let this matter rest. This grudge was even greater than taking in the traitorous disciples of the other party. But even as their emotions were complex, the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom also felt excited. In recent years, the Sacred Sun clan had been pressuring them step by step, having already been arrogant for far too long. You are allowed to kill, but Broad Creed Mountain is not allowed to retaliate? That didn't make sense. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's expression had already regained its calm. The Spirit Sword Jade Dragon was also used as the core of the reverse array, and was compatible with the array that Zhao Shicheng was activating. With a wave of his hand, the Radiant Sun Wheel returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands. Looking at the Radiant Sun Wheel, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Just now, the Broad Creed young master killed Xiaoshen in but a short instant. Similarly, a late outer aura martial scholar, Yan Zhaoge had directly crushed Xiaoshen to the point where not even dregs were left. An Eastern Tang martial practitioner swallowed his saliva. Xiaoshen is definitely not something that an ordinary late outer aura martial scholar can compare to. Of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had attacked this time, there were some whose cultivation was higher than his. But at the same cultivation level, there was no one who dared to say that they could defeat him. The Sacred Sun clan's Radiant Young Master, similarly ranked as one of the 4 young masters of this era like Young Master Yan, while Xiaoshen and the Radiant Young Master are known as the 4 Rising Suns, precisely the face of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. But such a heavens-favored son had actually been easily killed by Yan Zhaoge. Xiaoshen was defeated so easily by Young Master Yan, then the others also. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, Yan Zhaoge is even stronger than the rumors say. Earlier, there had been rumors that Yan Zhaoge had surpassed levels to defeat Xiaoshen as a mid-outer aura martial scholar. Those who had not personally witnessed it would still be somewhat doubtful. But now, there were no longer any doubts. Chapter 83. This book has already been removed from the list of new books. Thanks to the support of all the readers, this book once occupied the first place on the list of new books for a period of time. However, after it was removed from the new books list, the book would lose an important promotional channel, and its exposure would be greatly reduced. It could be clearly felt that after the new book list was removed, the growth of the collection rate of this book had slowed down a lot. It was simply too difficult for new fantasy novels to achieve good results. The website's fantasy page traffic was far from what it used to be. Only when the book was on the homepage like the new books list would more readers see and know about the book. If the book wanted to go further, it needed more advertising channels. It needed to fight for the homepage recommendation list and the homepage click-through list. That's why I'm seriously asking for everyone's recommendation votes, member clicks, and collections. Please let senior brother enter the ranking list on the front page. Let's go higher and further together. Thank you all. Today, it is still the third watch. While Yan Zhaoge heard their discussions, he currently did not have any complacent thoughts of having successfully manifested his divinity. While helping Ah Hu to adjust his breathing, Yan Zhaoge's attention was also on the reversal formation. By now, Zhao Shiqing's complexion had returned to normal. With the support of the entire formation, it was much easier for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge also relaxed. When Ah Hu regained his breath, the golden sun needles around him scattered all over the ground. He opened his eyes and said with a grimace, "Luckily, I wore the spirit weapon bestowed by the family head when I went out this time. Otherwise, I would really be finished." Seeing that he was fine, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "How does the sun rain taste?" Ah Hu grinned. "Quite fierce." Yan Zhaoge took out a cylinder. It was precisely sun rain. This thing is insidious. While it is a little troublesome to refill it after using it once, its power is indeed not bad. You can play with it in the future. Whoever you plot against, you can even make the sacred Sun clan take the blame for you. Hearing this, the surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ah Hu happily took it. "Young master, this is a good idea. In the future, if young master doesn't like anyone, I'll give him a good beating." Naturally, this was all a joke. Yan Zhaoge came before Zhao Shiqing. From the outside, Zhao Shiqing looked completely fine, as if his injuries had completely healed. Yan Zhaoge had already taught him a portion of the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art when he had helped him treat his injuries earlier. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing could use the power of the formation, and his healing speed was even faster. Although he had yet to fully recover, he was already fine. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing nodded slowly. "Zhaoge, it was all thanks to you this time that we were able to wrest back control of the Jingyang Grand Formation so quickly." Everyone else came to their senses, their gazes as they looked at Yan Zhaoge were filled with admiration and amazement. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's methods that had turned the situation around, virtually having the effect of reviving the dead. Putting aside his outstanding strength and talent, he even had the ability to turn the tide. He could no longer look at this young man as a rising star, a genius of the younger generation. How could a physical invulnerability grandmaster possibly measure the value of such a technique? Yan Zhaoge bowed towards Zhao Shiqing. "Uncle praises me too much, we still have to rely on Uncle to play the role of a cornerstone. I only obtained this reversal formation technique by chance. It can only be used for a short period of time, but it might not last forever." Zhao Shiqing said, "If we want to talk about the mainstay, we have to look at Elder Qin and Elder Kong of your sect. If the victor of their battle with the East Rising Lord is decided within a short period of time, the situation will change greatly." Yan Zhaoge pondered, his Orochi restraining his voice as he sent a sound transmission to Zhao Shiqing. "Uncle, I feel that something is wrong. We need to leave the Spirit Wind Canyon as soon as possible." Zhao Shiqing's gaze flickered slightly. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, "Shaoxin's attitude before his death did not seem like he was bluffing or cursing me out of spite. Rather, it seemed like he was truly certain that I would very quickly follow in his footsteps. This concerns me very much. I know that you still need time to stabilize your control over the Grand Formation, but I'm afraid that we still have to leave first." Ah Hu had only just regained his breath, and his injuries were still unclear. However, there was no time left for him, they could only leave first. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing did not ask any further questions, directly saying, "All right, let's leave first." While the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were worried about Zhao Shiqing's condition, they also hoped that he would return to Jingyang City as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to eliminate the traitorous faction of Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. On the other hand, only in Jingyang City would Zhao Shiqing be able to fully unleash the power of the Grand Formation. Moreover, the movements of Infinite Boundless Mountain were similarly uncertain. However, it was likely that there were martial grandmaster experts even stronger than that elder he lying in ambush outside the borders of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Not bothering to rest and reorganize, they immediately left. Seeing them like this, Yan Zhaoge felt even more strongly that the Sacred Sun clan most likely had peak experts in the vicinity, already hurrying over. If they did not throw off their tail, the other side's speed would be even faster, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up. However, this was, after all, the Heaven Domain, the territory of the Eastern Tang. Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng and the others were stronger, and also focused on avoiding battle, very quickly making use of the geographical advantage to throw off their pursuers. Afterwards, through secret channels, news was sent over. Almost immediately after Yan Zhaoge and the others had left, the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan had set foot in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Including the time used to throw off their pursuers, it was virtually a matter of life and death. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, his gaze turning firm and bright as he looked at Zhao Shicheng, smiling, "Uncle, from now on, we will split up. The other side's main target is me, but you also have to be careful. Returning to Jingyang City is equivalent to giving them a clear target." Zhao Shicheng's gaze hardened. "I can also become a target, but not because of the Eastern Tang." "If that's the case." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "It's good that you know what to do, don't make it public. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to play a big one, then let's play." Yan Zhaoge smiled. As the old saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Hearing these words, Zhao Shicheng's gaze flickered slightly as he stared quietly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, and Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. "All right, be careful in everything you do, and remember to pay attention to your own safety." "I will remember Uncle's teachings." Yan Zhaoge answered. "I will pay attention to maintaining a balance between hiding our tracks and attracting the other side's attention." Watching Zhao Shicheng leave, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Hu, giving him some instructions. The Hu had always been the young master who said to go east would definitely not go west, the young master who said to beat a dog would definitely not catch a chicken, fell into a rare moment of daze. A few days later, Su Chuan came to find Yan Zhaoge. "Young Master Yan, King Zhao, and the others have gone to Prince Jin, Zhao Shiye's fief." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Good. It's understandable for us to hide and not return to Jingyang City, but Uncle Zhao is the ruler of a country. If he doesn't return to the capital, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. But this trip to the rebellious Zhao Shiye's fiefdom is a trip back and forth. I'll drag it out so that I won't leave any traces." Zhao Shilai has been injured by Uncle and his connection with the Jingyang Grand Array has been completely severed. Without the Jingyang Grand Array, staying in Jingyang City will only result in him being beaten. He can only return to his fief and wait for another opportunity. Waiting for the moment when the battle between the East Rising Lord and Elder Qin is settled. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In assisting Zhao Shilai, the Sacred Sun clan should have quite a bit of resources. Uncle having taken down his lair, obtaining what he needs, they can just be used to repair the places that were destroyed in the Great Chaos. Hearing his words, Su Chuan nodded. Zhao Shilai being unable to obtain the Jingyang Grand Array, the role he can play in this Great Chaos will be extremely limited. With the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts being preoccupied with their own affairs, they will most likely not be able to take care of him. Zhao Shilai can only hide away, quietly waiting for the dust to settle before coming out. If the East Rising Lord and the other experts of the Sacred Sun clan win, Jingyang City will still be hard-pressed to defend at that time. Zhao Shilai will naturally be able to make a comeback behind the East Rising Lord and the others. If the East Rising Lord and the others lose, then Zhao Shilai will decisively retreat towards the Fire Domain, seeking the protection of the Sacred Sun clan. Su Chuan looked at Yan Zhaoge rather hesitantly. It's just that, as young Master Yan predicted, the Sacred Sun clan has experts that surpass our previous estimates in hiding, seemingly having other plans. Over at Zhao Shilia's fief, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Zhao Shilai and the others already don't care about it. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Moreover, I killed Xiao Shen. Their main target now is me. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Su Chuan. It has been hard on Elder Su and the others of the clan to accompany me in taking this risk. Su Chuan smiled. Young Master Yan's words are too heavy. I believe that young Master Yan will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Yan Zhaoge glanced at him. What did you see? Su Chuan sent over. While the Sacred Sun clan has experts roaming about, young Master Yan should also have something to rely on, right? Young Master Yan killing Xiao Shen should only have been an accident. His original target might not be the Sacred Sun clan, but I guess. Su Chuan wrote a Yan character in the air with his finger. Yan Zhaoge slowly shook his head. This matter involves secrets. Even I am not sure what the situation will be like now. However, you had best not be too optimistic. Traveling together with me, the situation that you will be facing may very well be even worse than the worst-case scenario that you can imagine. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Su Chuan was also a little shocked. However, he did not ask about it, instead answering solemnly, as one of our clan's acting elders in the Eastern Tang, with external enemies invading the Eastern Tang, I am duty-bound to stand on the front lines. Even if I die as a result, this tribulation is something that I am fated to face. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. That may be so, but sometimes, giving up is a wise move. It is not a crime of war, and should not be blamed for it. As for me, I was born in Broad Creed Mountain, my father being the clan's first seat elder. I enjoy the clan's glory, enjoy the convenience of the clan's resources, and obtain the clan's protection, shielding me from wind and rain. Then, when it is time for me to stand up and make a sacrifice for the clan, I will naturally not shrink back. Dying for nothing, dying a worthless death, I will definitely not do it. However, bearing the risk, I do not mind. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Chuan. However, there is no need for you to accompany me. Su Chuan answered solemnly. Rest easy, young Master Yan. I know the rules. What I should not ask, I will not speak out of turn. As for the others, whether they are willing or not, I will not force them. At the same time, I will also make arrangements, guaranteeing that no one will suspect anything. As long as I do not instead become a burden, I myself am willing to take this risk together with young Master Yan. Yan Zhaoge smiled. You definitely won't be a burden. Elder Su, you are a Xiantian martial scholar, your cultivation base even higher than mine. However, in this matter, the main point is not the level of our cultivation bases. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge said softly to himself, this time, the main point lies in the grasp of information, in concealing our true goals. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Chapter 85. Everyone changed to another hiding spot. Who looked back into the distance. That was the direction of the Spirit Wind Valley, although it was already out of sight. Who said with some regret, the above-ground facilities of the Spirit Wind Canyon were completely destroyed. Fortunately, the various underground mineral veins, including the cloud-patterned stones, were not damaged. By the side, Su Chuan didn't seem to care much about it. Even if the Sacred Sun clan were to occupy that place, they wouldn't go as far as to wreak havoc. If they want to vent their anger, they wouldn't go as far as to vent it on a tiny little Spirit Wind Canyon. Destroying some of the buildings left behind by our clan would be enough. As long as the secret of the Jade Essence is not leaked, it will be fine. Even if they occupy the Spirit Wind Valley, they will only use it as an ordinary resource to mine. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Su Chuan sighed in admiration. everyone under the heavens has underestimated young Master Yen in the past. Even without mentioning the important contributions of the internal crystal furnace and the cloud vein gem, young Master Yan's personal strength is already enough to dominate the younger generation. Ah, who smiled innocently. It's funny that people still doubted my young master's position as the fourth young master. The illuminating young master, Huang Jia, is merely ranked alongside Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong as one of the four rising suns. However, my young master defeating Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong at the same cultivation level is as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Su Chuan said in a low voice, world-illuminating young master Huang Jia's words. Other than a startling appearance when he first became a grandmaster, there has been little news of him in recent years. Whether it is the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns or the current era's four young masters, the world-illuminating young master is the most mysterious of them all. It is really rather hard to judge his strength. Not counting the world-illuminating young master, of the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns, only the radiant sword Tang Yonghao might be able to contend with young Master Yen a little. However, even Tang Yonghao would not be able to defeat Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong so easily like young Master Yen did when they were at the same cultivation level. The radiant sword Tang Yonghao, publicly acknowledged as the head of the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns, the eldest of the four. At the same time, he was also the most famous genius of the entire Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jia was too low-key. If not for the fact that he was the sect leader's son, his brilliance would have been completely overshadowed by Tang Yonghao. In the territory governed by the Sacred Sun clan, there were many who hailed Tang Yonghao as the number one person of the entire Eight Extremities world's younger generation. Other than the special case of the Maiden of Extreme Yin, not considering external factors and only looking at the martial practitioner's own strength, Tang Yonghao reigned supreme over the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world. The territories under the rule of the other Holy Lands naturally wouldn't acknowledge this. But everyone acknowledged that Tang Yonghao was at least one of the strongest contenders for the title of champion of the younger generation. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Tang Yonghao is someone with true ability, but as I see it, what is rarer is that this person's way of doing things is rather open and aboveboard. However, if he wants to compete for the number one of the younger generation, he must first defeat senior brother Su of our sect. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. The Heavenly Rock, Su Fei, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, of the same age as Tang Yonghao, having competed with him from youth all the way till now. He was one of the leading figures of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, unable to help but laugh. Speaking of this, the contest between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan in the younger generation could be described as a tit against a tat. Su Fei versus Tang Yonghao, Lu Wen versus Xiao Shen, the former Yan Zhaoge versus Chao Yuanlong, etc. Continuing to look at the younger generation, among the representative figures, Xikong Qing also shouldered the heavy burden of resisting Meng Wan. Looking at the older generation, it was also an unceasing conflict of gratitude and enmity. The two sides either had victories or were locked in a stalemate. Truly, you are the wind and I am the sand, entangled for all eternity. All these years, other than Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di who had suppressed his peers of the same generation, the two sides had always been at each other's throats. Strictly speaking, not counting Yan Di's batch, the Sacred Sun clan still held the upper hand. This was a derivative effect brought about by the clan's overall strength. Su Chuan sighed. I heard that the old chief has thoughts of entering death's seclusion, just that I don't know if he will be able to achieve the martial saint realm. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not speak. Not counting that Sacred Sun saint whose whereabouts were unknown, even his life and death a mystery, only existing in legends, the only thing Broad Creed Mountain lacked in comparison to the Sacred Sun clan was a martial saint. In that year's confrontation with the Flame Devil world, Broad Creed Mountain's losses had been too disastrous. Fortunately, with the legacy of their predecessors and the sacred artifact guarding the clan, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation having been maintained for many generations, was also impregnable. Thanks to the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, while he was still alive, he had preserved the last of Broad Creed Mountain's vitality. Over the years, talents of the clan had emerged in an endless stream, gradually maturing as they had at least not tarnished the reputation of the sacred ground. However, Broad Creed Mountain's greatest sore point now was that after the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo had perished, no martial saint had emerged. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, how difficult was that? In the entire Eight Extremities world, the number of martial saints could be counted on one's fingers. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, the injuries that year still left behind a hidden danger for Grand Master, causing him to be unable to take that final step for a long time. Su Chuan also had a look of pity on his face. Broad Creed Mountain's current #1 expert was Yan Zhaoge's Grand Master, the current chief, the heaven-equaling Yuan Jingfeng. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert beneath the martial saint realm in the entire Eight Extremities world, being at the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm, a veteran transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Possessing outstanding talent and powerful strength, stepping into the martial saint realm would originally have been nothing difficult for him. Sadly, having been injured in his youth, his foundation had been damaged, and he had never been able to make up for it. As a result, even after having stepped into the transcending mortality realm for so many years, he had still been unable to take that final half step, stepping into the martial saint realm. Even martial practitioners outside of Broad Creed Mountain often sighed in pity that the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain was just a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm, yet it was still hard to cross. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan still had its previous chief, the current Grand Elder, the East-coming martial saint, the Sun Comes East, Huang Guanglie. The father of the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie, the son of the old chief Huang Guanglie, Huang Su, was the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, also a longtime martial grandmaster expert. The Sacred Sun clan similarly had a sacred artifact guarding it. The combination of the martial saint Huang Guanglie and the sacred artifact, as well as Huang Su and the numerous experts of the Sacred Sun clan who were constantly emerging, together formed the might of the current #1 sacred ground. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Broad Creed Mountain was also not willing to start a full-scale war with the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan had similarly seen Broad Creed Mountain's growth, and had been unceasingly restraining it these past few years. The clash between the two sacred grounds in the eastern Tang this time was only one of the more intense ones. Huang Guanglie had entered secluded cultivation once more a few years ago. When he emerged, no one knew what kind of changes would occur to him, and it was hard to estimate what level his strength would have reached. The old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng, had wanted to enter death's seclusion and attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm, but it was also because the pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan was growing greater and greater. Therefore, even though Shaoxin had first struck a killing blow, when Yan Zhaoge had truly killed him, Su Chuan and the others would still feel conflicted and uneasy. Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the distant horizon, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 86. Of his many descendants, the most outstanding three were hailed as the Broad Creed Three Heroes. This was Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, the Iron Lion King, Shirtai. Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Hidden Dragon, Fang Zhuan. As well as Yan Zhaoge's father, Yuan Jingfeng's final disciple, the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, Yan Di. Yuan Jingfeng, Yan Di, and his disciples as well as the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, in the martial grandmaster realm, their strength actually surpassed that of the Sacred Sun clan. Even excluding Yuan Jingfeng, in terms of martial grandmasters, Broad Creed Mountain was definitely not inferior to the Sacred Sun clan at all. However, martial saint Huang Guanglie was above him. What worried those of Broad Creed Mountain even more was that Yuan Jingfeng was gradually getting older. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Jingfeng could only be considered to be in the prime of his life, not old. However, he had injured his foundations back then. Not only did it affect whether he could become a martial sage or not, but it also affected his lifespan. The more time passed, the lower the chances of Yuan Zhengfeng breaking through to the martial saint realm. Of Broad Creed Mountain's other experts of the older generation, Yuan Zhengfeng himself was the one with the greatest hope. Of the senior generation, with Yan Di at their head, there were also those who had hopes of becoming martial saints. However, compared to Yuan Zhengfeng, they needed more time and opportunities. What Broad Creed Mountain lacked the most right now was time. On one hand, it was the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, and on the other hand, it was also because of his own body, causing Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, to have no choice but to make a decision. In the near future, he would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the martial sage realm. He would either succeed or die trying. As the son of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge was extremely clear about the current situation of the clan. He naturally knew what Broad Creed Mountain needed the most right now. Yan Zhaoge's knowledge was unceasingly improved along with his own body as he explored and researched, putting what he had learnt into practice, combining pure theory with reality. Yan Zhaoge was currently still in the process of researching how to create a martial saint. It was extremely difficult to transcend mortality and become a saint. Even if there was a way, with the current state of the Eight Extremities world, it would be very hard to satisfy the environmental and resource requirements. However, he had to find the right remedy. Ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to this world and ascertained the environment he was in, the research he had placed the most emphasis on was on the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng's old injuries. The importance of this matter far surpassed that of the internal crystal furnace. However, the difficulty of this matter was also much greater. If he succeeded, Yuan Zhengfeng would not only have to recover from his injuries, but he would also have a higher chance of breaking through to the martial sage realm. The pressure brought about by Huang Guanglie's secluded cultivation caused Yuan Zhengfeng and Broad Creed Mountain to have to forge ahead, no longer able to continue following the usual routine. Ah Hu grinned from the side, speaking of which, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia is often not seen. Could it be that the old chief of the Sacred Sun clan is personally guiding and grooming him? Su Chuan smiled when he heard that. It's not impossible, but it's probably just simple guidance and hands-on teaching. Huang Guanglie doesn't have that much time. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia, interesting. At this time, Su Chuan received a message from his subordinate, and his face turned solemn. Young Master Yan, there are strange movements at the border. More experts of the Sacred Sun clan have entered the lands of the Eastern Tang, their cultivation bases unknown. Yan Zhaoge nodded, regarding our position, release some fake news to confuse the other party. Keep in touch with our sect. We need reinforcements and help to cover our tracks. Su Chuan answered, I understand. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the defensive lines of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's capital, Jingyang City, his gaze distant. They moved about unceasingly. During this time, they also encountered the Sacred Sun clan's forces, but very quickly broke through and killed their way out. After changing their hiding location once more, Yan Zhaoge and the others suddenly received news. The Eastern Tang's first prince, Zhao Yuan, had been surrounded by the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoge revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, raising his brows slightly. While brother Zhao Yuan does not have the title of supervising crown prince, at this time, he should also make use of this chance to show off his abilities. Uncle Zhao is out on a campaign. Why did he come out instead of remaining in Jingyang City? Giving the chance to the third prince Xiao Sheng for nothing? Su Chuan answered somewhat vexedly. When Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, retreated, he destroyed a few of the Jingyang Grand Formation's spirit patterns along the way. Another martial grandmaster of the Eastern Tang has to sit over Jingyang City. Zhao Yuan and Xiao Sheng have both come out on orders to repair the spirit patterns. As he said this, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners joined forces, tearing apart the encirclement formed by the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners together, breaking out of their encirclement. Only after shaking off their pursuers did the two sides have the time to converse. As they walked, Zhao Yuan shook his head. "Zhaoge, you having killed Xiao Shen, your name will definitely shake the heavens. It's just that the Sacred Sun clan's vengeance must also be careful." Implicated by me was not just referring to the Sacred Sun clan. As Yan Zhaoge was thinking this, his heart suddenly leapt. Ah Hu, Su Chuan, and the other Xiantian martial scholars all gazed into the distance. There, a great golden sun slowly rose up from within the towering mountains. Within the great golden sun, a figure gradually appeared. It was a one-eyed old man with a square face and big ears, dressed in a golden robe. Chapter 87. Looking down from above, his gaze finally landed on Yan Zhaoge. "As expected, you've come. Let's see where you can run off to this time." "Yan Zhaoge, how dare you? First, you shielded my Sacred Sun clan's traitor disciple, and now you actually dare to kill a disciple of my Sacred Sun clan. You must pay with your life for Xiao Shen's." Being stared at by the other party, Yan Zhaoge's entire body heated up, feeling as though his internal organs were on fire, as though his entire body was about to combust. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. "What you mean is that I have to obediently stretch out my neck and let Xiao Shen kill me? Xiao Shen wants to kill me, so I kill him. It's that simple." The one-eyed elder raised his eyebrows, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. Looking at his expression, it was as though if the person before him was not Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, but a martial practitioner from a small clan, dying at the hands of his Sacred Sun clan would be an honor. The other party stared coldly at Yan Zhaoge. "Oh? Then this old man will also kill you now. I want to see what you can do. Can you kill this old man?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, not saying a word. A voice resounded from behind, "You can't kill him." Amidst the surging winds and clouds, a powerful aura appeared. A figure walked through the air. When he had first spoken, he had still been quite a distance away, but before his words had landed, he had already neared. It was a wizened old man, his hands behind his back, his footsteps neither fast nor slow. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Elder, I'll be troubling you." The wizened old man waved his hands. "It's fine." He came before the one-eyed elder, saying mildly, "This old man also wants to see how you will kill my Broad Creed Mountain disciple in front of this old man." Seeing this wizened old man appear, Su Chuan instantly let out a sigh of relief. "Our clan's reinforcements have also arrived. Young Master Yan indeed won't take the risk lightly. Everything he does, he has a card up his sleeve." The Sacred Sun clan's reinforcements had entered the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Having received the news that Yan Zhaoge had killed Xiao Shen, Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It was just that both sides needed some time to react. In comparison, while the Eastern Tang Kingdom was still in the Heaven Domain, it would still be easier for Broad Creed Mountain's reinforcements to arrive. However, the two sides were currently fighting on the battlefield, and it was difficult to distinguish one from the other. As for how one could accurately judge the other's movements and determine the other's position, that would depend on the strength of the respective powers in the Eastern Tang. From this perspective, with Zhao Yuan having met with danger and Yan Zhaoge having been ambushed, Yan Su at the very least had to bear the responsibility of not doing his job properly and not being able to properly investigate the enemy. Su Chuan felt a slight chill in his heart. Did Yan Su really do it on purpose? He's gone mad. Even if he argues that it was just a mistake, he still has to bear some responsibility. However, what caused Su Chuan to let out a sigh of relief was the fact that Yan Zhaoge had indeed long since been prepared for this. Taking the risk, he had gambled correctly. Looking at the Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster opposite him, that Sacred Sun clan elder said coldly, "Our cultivation levels are similar, can you protect him?" As he spoke, he raised his palm. The golden sunlight that filled the sky converged into a ball and gathered in the center of his palm. Then, he slammed his palm down as if he was lifting up a sun and smashing it down. For him to execute the heaven-striking palm, it would be even more powerful than that martial grandmaster of the sacred Sun clan of the Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Yuan and the others present were extremely nervous. Just as the one-eyed elder had said, with both sides having similar levels of strength, one side wanting to kill, the other wanting to protect. The protector would be placed in an absolutely disadvantageous position, with the initiative being in the hands of the enemy. It was even possible that, because he was focused on protecting the target, he would be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other, revealing a flaw in his defense, allowing the enemy to take advantage of it, causing him to lose himself instead. At that time, the protector and the person being protected would both become fish on the chopping board of the enemy, only able to die on the spot. That emaciated elder's expression, however, was calm and unhurried. Since this old man has appeared here, I have the confidence to protect the safety of my clan's disciples by myself. I dare not say much, but if it's just you, then it would indeed not be a problem. As he said this, that emaciated elder crossed his palms, the center of his palms turning a faint golden color. Numerous palm shadows spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. Numerous golden streaks of light intermingled in the air, resembling numerous golden ropes, binding the heavens and grabbing the earth. As the heaven-striking palm of the sacred Sun clan elder descended, it was trapped by those numerous golden ropes. The extremely tough, extremely fierce palm was also unceasingly worn down by the extremely soft, extremely tough force, unable to break free. Golden canopy palm. The one-eyed elder instantly raised his brows. The martial art that the other party was executing was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, the golden canopy palm of the 8 extreme arts. Watching from the side, Yan Zhaoge also nodded, thinking, nearing the point of perfection. In the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yan Zhaoge had also seen Elder Kong execute this martial art. It had been even more profound and unfathomable, but that had mostly been because Elder Kong's cultivation base had been higher. In terms of attainments in the Golden Canopy Palm alone, this emaciated elder could already be said to be at the peak amongst those of the same cultivation level. After executing the Golden Canopy Palm, the emaciated elder's figure abruptly shook, resembling an ethereal, distant breeze, swift and agile. This was yet another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, the Wind-Fire Calamities. The Fire Calamity exerting force, the Wind Calamity movement technique. At this moment, the emaciated elder had even completely sealed off the path of his opponent's sneak attack with the leap of the rising sun. That sacred Sun clan elder was enraged to the point of erupting. The other party's strength was similar to his, but his fighting style was extremely flexible, causing him to be unable to exert his strength. It would be very difficult for the emaciated elder to defeat him, but he also had no way of breaking through his defenses. Let alone victory, even if he wanted to deal with Yan Zhaoge and the others, he could only stare helplessly. Zhaoge, you guys leave this place first, the emaciated elder said mildly as he dispelled his opponent's attacks. Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately retreated. With the 2 martial grandmasters going all out in their battle, just the aftershocks alone would be able to sweep through and destroy the surrounding area. However, they had not gone far when an irascible, ear-splitting voice suddenly resounded, "You can't leave." Hearing this voice, Yan Zhaoge instantly raised his brows. The Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng. Under such a situation, he actually dares to appear. As the black fog surged, an old man with long hair and beard suddenly appeared. His terrifying aura was not inferior to that of the 2 martial grandmasters currently clashing here in the slightest. It was precisely the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng, who had briefly appeared in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then and was somewhat related to Yi Jing. As the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng appeared, his gaze also fell on Yan Zhaoge. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that within the other party's gaze, other than irascibility, there was also some greed and probing. He wants a certain thing on me. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he instantly came up with a guess. Not thinking carefully, Han Xing had already let out an enraged roar, extending his palm as black qi agglomerated, a massive hand that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun grabbing down towards Yan Zhaoge's head. The emaciated elder instantly frowned as he executed the wind-fire calamities, his figure turning as he blocked before Han Xing. His golden curtain palm expanded, instantly enveloping Han Xing within as well. However, with him having to attend to one thing, the pressure on the sacred Sun Clan elder on the other side was instantly reduced greatly. Executing the leap of the rising sun, he forcibly bypassed the obstruction of the emaciated elder's golden curtain palm, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. Su Chuan's heart thumped as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a pale face. Chapter 88. Fighting one against two, that broad Creed Mountain elder inevitably had the feeling that he was in dire straits. The wind calamity movement technique was already insufficient to help him obstruct the enemy. The elder sucked in a deep breath, an abnormal flush suddenly appearing on his shriveled face, resembling blazing fire burning the heavens. The elder's figure stood in mid-air, his small frame suddenly seeming as tall as the heavens and the earth. He pushed out with his palms, forcibly clashing with the one-eyed elder's heaven-striking palm. The ghost hatchet elder Han Xing let out a piercing howl, his palms forming sabers as he chopped forward, resembling brandishing two great axes. Numerous streaks of black light condensed into numerous handleless flying axes, sweeping through the horizon like a hurricane. This was Han Xing's special ability, the ghost hatchet palm. As the palm struck out, it revolved, strange and domineering, resembling the spinning of flying axes, specializing in breaking through the opponent's defenses. While domineering and sharp, it was also unpredictable, causing one to be unable to guard against it. While it seemed tough and domineering, it also contained a sinister hidden force, resembling the blade of a ghost or a divinity secretly wielding an axe, causing one to be injured unknowingly. Even those with similar cultivation bases, if they didn't know about it, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Numerous black whirlwind flying axes either arced through strange arcs, avoiding the palm force of the broad Creed Mountain elder's golden curtain palm, or spinning as they forcibly sliced apart those numerous golden ropes. Making use of the time when the broad Creed Mountain elder was clashing with the sacred Sun Clan's one-eyed elder, Han Xing's attacks obscured the heavens and covered the earth as they attacked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge could only feel black light flickering before his eyes, the scenery between the heavens and the earth seemingly shattering for a moment. Ghostly howls resounded by his ears, sharp and piercing, as though he had fallen into an endless hell. Ah Hu, Su Chuan, and the others also felt the same. With a martial grandmaster expert making a move, let alone counterattacking, they didn't even know where to start talking about defending or evading. Young Master Yan, is this within your predictions? Hearing Su Chuan's bitter voice, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, to be honest, not. Seeing Su Chuan smiling bitterly before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. The ghost hatchet elder Han Xing can be considered an unexpected gain. Logically speaking, in the current environment of the three sacred grounds, if he and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master were smart, they wouldn't have gotten themselves into these muddy waters. So, his appearance, I prefer to call it a surprise. Su Chuan was taken aback, as Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, Han Xing has come to take revenge on me for that sworn brother of his, Yi Jing. Who are you trying to fool? He wants something from me. I don't know why, but it means that it's very important. The giant black axe was spinning at this moment and was already in front of him. Each of the giant axes looked larger than an ordinary house. They spun as if they could cut through the heavens and earth. Yan Zhaoge's expression, however, did not change as he snapped his fingers. That thing is even more important than what I already knew of, containing secrets that I did not know of before. Tell me, isn't this a surprise? Before he finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. In the sky above everyone's heads, the clouds suddenly gathered and turned golden. In the center of the golden clouds, there seemed to be a giant vortex. Clouds condensed in the vortex, forming a giant foot that descended from the sky. The sole of the foot was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth, as if it was a gigantic god. As the giant foot descended, the heavens and the earth within a radius of 100 kilometers seemed to have been locked in place. The wind stopped blowing, the clouds stopped moving, even the sunlight seemed to have transformed into a tangible, bright crystal. 100 kilometers away, a monstrous wave of air surged, expanding unceasingly in all directions, even the rocks of the mountain peaks shaking as if on the verge of collapse. Before the giant golden foot had even completely descended, the numerous heaven-splitting axes formed of Han Sheng's ghost axe palm also stopped spinning, strange and comical as they were locked in place in midair. Everyone raised their heads in shock to look at the sky. Only Yan Zhaoge and that martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had their expressions as per usual. Looking at that giant golden foot, Yan Zhaoge smiled and bowed. "Eldest apprentice uncle, you've come." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's form of address, everyone else was shocked. Han Sheng could only watch as the giant golden foot shook, as the black axes formed of his palm broke apart one by one. Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. That one-eyed elder of the Sacred Sun clan was similarly shocked. "Iron Lion, why has he appeared in the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom so quickly?" That Broad Creed Mountain elder also felt surprised, Shaoshan having been killed by Yan Zhaoge, while the Sacred Sun clan sent reinforcements as soon as possible. Isn't Elder Shi a little too fast? Su Chuan, Zhao Yuan and the others were all overjoyed. Elder Shi. While the newcomer had not shown his face, everyone present already knew his identity. One of the Broad Creed 3 heroes, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. A martial grandmaster expert renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, the Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. His cultivation base was even above that of Broad Creed Mountain's East Heaven region's first seat elder, Elder Qin, the Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord and the others. While Shi Tai had not shown his face, with his actions, no one had any doubts about him. A deep, resounding voice resounded from within the clouds. "Let's settle the matter before us before we continue our conversation." Saying thus, that giant golden foot continued descending. Below the giant foot, the space shook unceasingly. Looking from afar, it seemed distorted, as though it might collapse at any moment. The giant foot formed of the clouds was currently condensed to the point of resembling Vajra. As this foot descended, it trampled everything in its path. Everything it came into contact with was trampled into smithereens. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng had long since turned tail and fled. The person before him was not the Yen Su who had been unable to do anything to him despite his enmity with him. Rather, it was an existence much stronger than Yen Su. However, the more Han Sheng ran, the slower his body became, the heavier it became. Focusing his gaze, he found that it was as though he was walking on the spot, completely unable to move in the slightest. A short distance, yet a distance as far as the horizon. Standing by the side, Yan Zhaoge and the others saw that giant golden foot descend from the heavens, trampling the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, this martial grandmaster, beneath its foot. The giant golden foot formed of the clouds changed illusory, directly transforming into a cage, suppressing and capturing Han Sheng. Within the sky, the clouds dissipated, gradually revealing a person. The newcomer was tall, even half a head taller than Ah Hu, who had already been big in the first place. His skin was dark, resembling bronze. As he stood there, his tall frame resembled a black iron tower that had been forged from iron. He had a square face, his facial features as though they had been carved by a knife or hatchet. While not all that handsome, he was masculine and mighty to the extreme. The newcomer's appearance had long since spread throughout the world. It was precisely the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, Shi Tai. That Sacred Sun clan elder's face was ugly to the extreme. If Shirtai had been at Broad Creed Mountain earlier, rushing over after receiving the news of Shao Shin's death, he shouldn't have been this fast. Was he already in the East Heaven region before this, or is it to say, he had long since moved here? Standing where he was, Yan Zhaoge looked leisurely at the other party. He saw that one-eyed elder's gaze suddenly turned towards him, as though he wanted to devour him. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.